Noah, please take it out of gallery mode, and then we should be good. Thank you. At this time, will all sergeants please start their recordings?
Recording to the computer or set.
Thank you.
Cloud is rolling.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing for the preliminary budget 2023 for the Committee on Housing and Buildings. At this time, will all panelists please turn on their video for verification purposes? And to minimize disruptions upon speaking, please place all electronic devices to vibrate or silent mode. If you'd like to submit testimony, please send via email to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair Sanchez, we are ready to begin.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you all for coming to today's hearing on the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget for the Department of Buildings and the Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. I am Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, Chair of the Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. We are living in unique and difficult times. Our city faces an ongoing housing crisis, and I could not be more grounded in the importance of the work of this committee and of these two agencies. Just this year, we began witnessing the devastating impact of unkept housing stock. We lost 17 neighbors at Twin Parks Northwest in the Bronx during a 5-alarm fire. We subsequently have lost more neighbors in the South Bronx, parts of Brooklyn, and all across the city. Our city's affordable housing crisis cannot be solved with construction alone. We must preserve and protect the existing housing stock, which is disproportionately impacting low to moderate income communities and communities of colors in the city of New York. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated this reality, and the corresponding health and economic fallout have hurt us disproportionately. Today, in line with the budget process as mandated by the city charter that ultimately will lead to the adoption of the fiscal 2023 budget, we are here to conduct an oversight hearing on the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget and preliminary capital plan for fiscal years 2022 to 2026 and the fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor's management report, or the PMMR. We will first hear from the Department of Buildings, where we will examine all components of the Department of Buildings' $216.1 million expense budget and $338.9 million revenue budget. DOB plays a critical role in keeping New Yorkers safe. In our 1 million buildings and 45,000 active construction sites. We will look forward to details and progress updates related to construction site safety and training compliance and enforcement efforts related to recently enacted legislation. Local Law 196 of 2017 mandated new construction site safety training requirements for workers of all construction sites citywide. Although recent performance indicators from the administration reveal that the number of construction-related injuries and accidents have decreased slightly, the number of construction-related accidents still remain high in the current fiscal year. And I want to extend my deepest condolences for those lost already in this year on construction sites. We will also be looking forward to updates regarding the DOB's establishment and progress of the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance as part of the Greater Climate Mobilization Act established in Local Law 97, which we cannot at the council clearly gauge staffing for through the PMMR and other budget documents. In conjunction with these alarming trends, the DOB's fiscal 2023 preliminary budget includes savings of $6.5 million related to a reduction of 81 staff vacancies. DOB is carrying a 21% vacancy rate versus a 3% vacancy rate in other agencies citywide. The committee would like to glean additional details on how this reduction will impact DOB and whether its enforcement efforts will be negatively impacted. And finally, we look forward to collaborating with DOB on greater budget transparency in general, in the form of additional units of appropriation beyond the two presently available, personnel services and other than personnel services. Following the DOB, we will hear from HPD. I want to recognize my colleagues in the room, Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Kagan, Councilmember Hudson, Councilmember Carr, Councilmember Aviles, and Councilmember Dinowitz. I believe also Councilmember Felice is on the line, and thank you so much to my colleagues for being on. I would also like to thank the representatives from DOB for joining us today, and we will now swear in representatives from DOB before turning it over to testimony. Thank you. Audrey?
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Audrey Sun, and I'm counsel to the New York City Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. Before we proceed, I would like to just remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time somebody will prompt you to unmute. So please be patient. To the council members, if you have any questions for the administration at any time, please use the Zoom raise hand function and we will call on you to speak in turn. In the interest of time, we will limit committee member questions to 5 minutes each. At this time, we will now receive testimony from the Department of Buildings, which is represented by Guillermo Patino and Sharon Neal. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses, including those available for Q&A. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Guillermo Patino?
I do.
Sharon Neal?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. I am Guillermo Patino, Chief of Staff and Deputy Commissioner for External Affairs at the Department of Buildings. I'm joined today by Sharon Neal, our Deputy Commissioner for Finance and Administration. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget and the department's priorities for the upcoming year. Before I begin, I'd like to congratulate you, Chair Sanchez, on your appointment to the committee and welcome the new and returning members of the committee. As a former staffer to the committee, I certainly have a deep appreciation for the work of this committee, and I look forward to working with all of you. Construction and real estate are the backbone of New York City, a built environment unlike any other. As the primary regulator of these vital industries, the department helps to facilitate the creation of new residential and commercial space for our growing city, all while promoting safety on tens of thousands of active construction sites and at the city's nearly 1.1 million existing buildings. The department strives to strike the right balance between compliant development and safety. To further its public safety mission, the department, with its over 1,600 dedicated public servants, enforces the city's construction codes, the zoning resolution, and the New York State multiple dwelling law to protect those who live, work, or visit the city. Turning now to the fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget, the budget allocates approximately $216 million in expense funds to the department. Of this funding, approximately $171 million is for personal services, which supports 1943 budgeted positions, and nearly $45 million is for other than personal services, which primarily supports contractual services, equipment, and supplies. This funding is critical to supporting the department's priorities. The department continues to make tremendous progress in key areas, including to facilitate compliant development in an efficient manner, to improve safety at construction sites, to keep tenants safe in their homes, and to reduce emissions from buildings, all while continuing to improve the services we offer to our customers and to members of the public. In fiscal year 2021, the last full fiscal year, approximately 120,000 construction jobs were filed with the department, and we issued nearly 160,000 initial and renewal construction permits combined. This represents an uptick from the previous fiscal year, which indicates that construction activity is picking up as the construction industry recovers from the impacts of COVID-19. It should also be noted that while the number of construction jobs filed online in DOB now continues to grow year over year as we continue our shift from the building's information system, a 3 decades old mainframe system. Now the majority of construction jobs are filed in DOB Now. When fully implemented, DOB Now will allow our customers to conduct all of their business online, which will lead to greater efficiency and more transparency by allowing owners, design professionals, and contractors to determine exactly where a construction project is in the approval process. Despite an uptick in construction activity, we continue to review plans for new buildings, major renovations, and minor renovations expeditiously. We are completing our initial plan review for new buildings and major alterations in under 10 days, and for minor renovations in approximately 2 days. Our goal is to continue to promptly complete our initial plan reviews and to ensure that our customers know what to expect when their plans are being reviewed by continuing to train our plan examiners to ensure that plan review is efficient and consistent. The wait time between a development inspection request and an inspection also continues to be short, with our development inspections being completed within 4 days of a request in most instances. This progress on development inspection service levels can be attributed to the efficiencies gained from DOB Now inspections, which allows for all types of development inspections to be scheduled online. This makes it easier for our customers to schedule inspection appointments and offers more precise inspection scheduling. To help our customers understand what to expect when starting a construction project, we have also launched a customer service dashboard, which we continue to improve upon. This online tool allows our customers to view a variety of metrics in real time, including the average wait times for plan review by job type, the number of appointments to plan approval, and the time it takes us to complete inspection requests. We also continue to respond to complaints from members of the public expeditiously. We are responding to the most serious complaints, priority A complaints, which are those complaints that relate to conditions that may present an immediate threat to the public, within hours. We are responding to priority B complaints, which capture violating conditions that, if occurring, while serious, do not present an immediate threat to the public within 12 days. As a result of responding to these complaints and our proactive inspections concerning construction safety and tenant protection, we issued nearly 73,000 oath summonses last fiscal year. With this committee's partnership, the department also continues its efforts to maintain the city's construction codes. At the end of last session, we worked together to pass comprehensive updates to the construction codes. The department is hard at work implementing those updates, which will go into effect later this year. We are also in the process of updating the electrical code and, for the first time, developing an existing building code, which will specifically address construction projects in an existing building. We look forward to partnering with this committee this session to continue to update and strengthen our codes. The 2022 construction codes also introduced a new license type, an elevator agency technician license, which is required to work on elevators in New York City as of this year. The introduction of this new license type strengthens the department's licensing program and increases elevator safety, as it ensures that individuals working on our elevators are qualified and have appropriate training. In addition to implementing this new license type, we also continue to license over a dozen trades, including plumbers, electricians, and safety professionals. As construction activity increases, so does the potential for construction-related incidents, making construction safety a continued concern for the department. In 2019, for the first time in nearly a decade, construction-related injuries decreased over 30%. Last calendar year, despite the increase in construction-related activity, construction-related injuries and fatalities remain consistent with what we saw in 2020, a year when non-essential construction activity was suspended for several months during the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, the department released a new construction safety report that provides deep insights on construction safety trends in the 5 boroughs and examines department initiatives that led to declines in building construction-related incidents and injuries during that time. The department will soon be releasing a report that covers the last calendar year and expects to continue to issue these annual reports covering construction safety moving forward. To ensure that safety regulations are complied with, the department continues to conduct proactive, unannounced inspections of our larger construction sites. Since these inspections began in late 2018, the department has conducted over 70,000 proactive inspections at nearly 30,000 unique construction sites. The department will continue to conduct proactive inspections at sites that pose the greatest safety risk in the upcoming year. The department also sanctions bad actors in the construction industry, including its licensees and other construction professionals when they jeopardize public safety. Actions to deter bad actors include suspending or revoking their licenses or filing privileges when appropriate. These are tools the department uses judiciously, and all actions taken against licensees and other construction professionals are publicly available on our website through the Know Your Construction Professional portal, a useful tool our customers should use before starting a construction project. Last year, Local Law 196 of 2017 was also fully phased in. This means that workers at our larger construction sites are now required to have 40 hours of safety training, and supervisors at such sites are required to have 62 hours of safety training, including critical fall prevention training. To date, our approved course providers have issued over 120,000 site safety training cards to workers and their supervisors, which means that workers are receiving the safety training required by this law. I commend the construction industry, including our construction workers, for their partnership as we've implemented this law over a 3-year period. At the end of last session, we also worked together to pass a package of legislation that would help further reduce injuries on construction sites by requiring more site safety supervision at larger construction sites, strengthening requirements for cold form steel construction, and permanently banning the dangerous use of standoff brackets for suspended scaffold work. The department looks forward to keeping this committee updated on the impacts of these laws as they are further implemented in the coming years, and looks forward to working together on measures to improve construction safety. The decrease in construction-related injuries that we have seen in recent years is promising, and I urge all of us to continue to work to drive down construction-related injuries and fatalities, because safety is a shared responsibility, and every worker deserves to go home to their families at the end of their shift. The department also continues its critical work to protect tenants living in buildings under construction. We're committed to providing our Office of the Tenant Advocate and the New York City Law Board with the tools it needs to succeed. OTA serves as a resource to help tenants understand the laws that govern construction, to investigate complaints of construction as harassment, and acts as our primary liaison to tenants with any department-related issues. The Law Board performs a critical work of overseeing the conversion of manufacturing or commercial buildings to safe rent-regulated residential use, which provides for the creation of much-needed affordable housing. We also regularly conduct proactive inspections to ensure that contractors are complying with tenant protection plans and respond to tenant harassment complaints expeditiously. The department is also prepared to fulfill its obligation to address greenhouse gas emissions coming from buildings. We are well positioned with the largest energy team anywhere in the country to support the city's goal of achieving carbon neutrality. In addition to enforcing the energy code, enforcing existing laws that require certain buildings to report their energy and water use and to perform retrocommissioning, we are also implementing the Climate Mobilization Act. The Climate Mobilization Act requires all new buildings and existing buildings undergoing certain major roof renovations to install solar panels, a green roof system, or a combination of the two, and regulates greenhouse gas emissions at large buildings starting in 2024. We are also transforming the way we interact with small property owners with the introduction of our Homeowner Relief Program last summer. Instead of receiving summonses from the department, which could result in monetary penalties being imposed, we are providing small property owners with an opportunity to correct violating conditions without ever incurring any financial penalties. This is a shift in the way the department has done business in the past and is an effort by the department to support homeowners who may not be familiar with the regulations they must comply with when conducting a construction project at their home. Further, to support and empower new property owners, we are now reaching out with a toolkit they can use to maintain their property and comply with regulations before they run into any trouble. New property owners are now receiving a mailing from the department that shares critical information about their property, including any open violations or permitted construction jobs, and that tells them about compliance inspections they must comply with, which may include inspecting their elevators, their boilers, or their facades. We are also reaching out to property owners when we receive a filing for a construction job at their building for the first time so that they know what to expect as their job moves through the approval process. We recognize the significant impact that our work can have on the public, whether they are planning a construction project, attempting to resolve a violation, or wanting to find out more about construction work in their community. As such, we will continue to make our work transparent and accessible to the public by providing them with the resources they can use to understand. They can use and understand, like our customer service dashboard, our real-time map of after-hours construction, which allows the public to determine whether after-hours construction in their neighborhood is occurring with proper permits, and our interactive map of all major construction projects in the city. We will also continue conducting outreach directly to the members of the public that are impacted by our work, which includes sending letters to property owners when their neighbor is conducting a construction project nearby, so that they are aware of that work and any disruptions it may cause. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. We look forward to partnering with you to improve our work for the benefit of all New Yorkers, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Guillermo. Good to see you again. Thank you so much for testifying today and sharing. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to start with a few questions and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. So first, I want to start with the headcount vacancies. So over the last several years, DOB has operated with a high vacancy rate. As of January of this year, the department was operating with a 21% staffing vacancy rate, as I mentioned in my testimony. So a few questions on this front. What have been some of the challenges to filling those vacancies before the PEG? Where within the department do these vacancies resides? And how many of these are for frontline positions like inspectors?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. Good to see you too. So as you mentioned, our vacancy rate is about 21% or 421 positions. And these vacancies are spread out across multiple positions in the agency. For inspectors, it's 20%. For plan examiners, it's 11%. For clerical, it's 12%. And then the largest share is made up by administrative positions and managerial positions, which is 30%. And I can turn it over to Sharon to talk about our recruitment efforts in recent years. But I will say that part of this large vacancy rate, it can be attributed to new positions that we received in recent plans to establish new programs like a major project development program, to hire new positions just dedicated to helping small business owners. So we have received additional positions in recent plans, so that does attribute to our high vacancy rate. But I can turn it over to Sharon to talk about our recruitment efforts.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. We continuously seek to be very aggressive in terms of hiring for our inspectors and plan examiners. Unfortunately, we're just not seeing the yield that we normally would on an annual basis with filling these positions, but we certainly are committed to continue those efforts. We're also using all the available civil service lists that we have in order to fill the administrative and clerical vacancies. But you will be seeing more outreach on advertising in the coming weeks and months to try to increase our recruitment pools.
Thank you. I mean, it's hearing that there is a 20% vacancy rate for inspectors, 11% vacancy rate for plan examiners. These are really troubling, right? These are really troubling, especially in the light of, the necessary efforts to conduct proactive inspections and the necessary efforts, to keep our tenants safe and our commercial tenants safe and all of New Yorkers safe. So can you tell me, particularly for these frontline positions, for the inspectors, for the plan examiners, what do we know about the type of inspectors that are seeing the lowest vacancy rates? And what can you tell me about the compensation levels for these inspectors and plan examiners?
Yeah, so
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do compete with the construction industry. So oftentimes when construction is starting to boom and uptick, we're often competing for the same candidate pool of trades folks. The largest percentage by discipline of inspectors that we recruit for are the construction inspectors. So we also are very rigorous to make sure that the folks that we hire are qualified. So there are certain experience and job skills that we look to have in order to make sure people are competent and able to perform the work that we need done, especially as it relates to code compliance. And we also were very fortunate with the help of the council, which we really appreciate, to create a level 1 inspector title, which helped us broaden our candidate pool by extending the type of qualification of level 1 inspectors. I'm happy to say that we do see that has been successful. Since we started hiring level 1s, about 30% of the candidates that we're able to hire are in the level 1 rank. And we obviously continue to constantly train and monitor when those people can be promoted up to level 2. And we also partner with our sister agency at DCAS to make sure that the filings for the exams are happening for inspectors, as well as the technical titles for plan examiners. We're constantly canvassing folks who filed for the exam. So we're not just waiting for when the lists become available. We're constantly proactively trying to recruit from those candidate pools as they're available to us. Guillermo, did you want to add something?
No, yeah, I was just going to speak to our strong service levels that we have right now, Chair Sanchez. So I did want to highlight that right now we are meeting the demand for our services on the plan review side. So as it relates to plan examiners, we do have strong wait times in terms of how long somebody needs to wait to have their plans for a construction project reviewed. It's about 10 days for a larger project and just a handful of days for a smaller project. And then on the inspectorial side, we also respond to complaints from members of the public very quickly. And then on the development inspector side, also when a development inspection request is put in, our customers are waiting a little over 2 days. So our service levels are very strong, but we're obviously going to continue to monitor them while we ramp up our recruitment efforts, as Sharon mentioned.
Thank you. What are your goals for proactive inspections? What were they for, say, fiscal year 2021, and how close did you come to meeting them, and how is it going this year?
Sure. So on the proactive inspection side, our focus is on our larger construction sites, which we call our site safety sites. And these are sites that are required to designate a construction safety professional. So since we established our construction safety compliance unit in late 2018, we have performed about 70,000 inspections, and that averages out to about 24,000 a year. So our goal is to visit all of these sites. So we visit them in cycles, and our goal is to visit them all within each cycle. So now we're in cycle 9 of these proactive inspections.
Okay. Thank you. So next question. So now turning to vacancy reductions, can you tell us about what positions, there are 81 positions being eliminated, what positions are being eliminated, and how will this impact the office's plans moving forward?
Sure. As you mentioned, it's 81 positions, so it's a $6.5 million reduction, and that equates to about 81 positions. So we haven't identified where we're going to take those 81 vacancies at this time. We're going through that exercise right now, and we're obviously going to be mindful not to impact service levels for our customers when we're going through this exercise. So once we complete the exercise, we're happy to update you, Chair Sanchez. And another tool we can use as we're going through this exercise is to look at positions that have been vacant for a long period of time. So possibly eliminating those positions and reallocating resources internally to meet the demand. Okay.
Thank you. So we want to stay updated and apprised on how those decisions are made and what decisions the department is leaning toward. That'd be great. Okay, so turning to the Climate Mobilization Act. So as I mentioned in testimony, the local law 97 created the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance within DOB. But we cannot see, because we have only 2 units of appropriation, we cannot see how the staffing is going for this office and getting a sense of the work. So can you describe the amount of funding, both PS and OTPS, as well as the associated headcount allocated to the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance, and where exactly does this office reside within DOB's organizational structure?
Sure, thank you. So we received $615,000 in funding to staff the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance, and that funding supports 6 positions within the office. And we also received some OTPS funding, but it was a limited funding of $15,000, and it was one-time funding just to get the office up and running. And this office is headed up by our Chief Sustainability Officer, Gina Bokra. And we have a deputy director, a project manager, a data analyst, an attorney, and 2 building emissions auditors as part of this team. And right now the team has been focused on the advisory board and working group process. So the law was designed to first focus on this process leading up to 2023, when recommendations regarding the law's implementation are due to the council and to the mayor. And then in 2024, buildings have to start meeting emissions limits. And in 2025 is when they start reporting that their performance to the Department of Buildings. So right now the team is fully focused on the advisory board and working group process and on conducting outreach to owners regarding upcoming emissions limits that they'll have to meet.
Got it. Thank you. And who's on the advisory board? Working group?
There's 8 members appointed by the council speaker and then 8 members appointed by the mayor's office. And I have to give a shout out to our, not just our local I-97 team and our amazing chief sustainability officer, but to our advisory board members as well. They've been putting in a tremendous amount of work into this process. To date, they've met over 300 times. So it's taking a lot of effort on their part as well, and they're volunteers. So we truly appreciate their efforts in working on this law.
That's great to hear. A lot of good work going in. So has the office begun the process of establishing protocols for assessing annual energy use in buildings at this time?
So we're going through that process now. Our initial focus was on identifying the buildings that are significantly over their limits. So buildings that were 40% or more over their limits had the opportunity to apply for an adjustment to their limits for the first compliance period. So we established rules to step forward that process as our initial focus. And right now we're going through the process of coming up with the rules that will relate to how a building measures its energy use and how it submits that information to the Department of Buildings starting in 2025. So that's a process that we're going through right now with the advisory board.
Thank you. Okay, so moving to construction site safety compliance, and then I'll turn it over to colleagues. So yes, there are, it's a heartening trend in terms of the number of construction incidents and accidents and even fatalities. Those have improved remarkably since the implementation of local laws around construction site safety compliance. But what we're saying is that these numbers are still high and there's still work to do and a ways to go. So the department's fiscal 2023 prelim budget includes $357,000 and the out years for 3 budgeted positions related to the administrative costs for construction safety site compliance. So a few questions. What is the total budget and headcount associated with the construction site safety administration and enforcement in DOB's budget for fiscal 22 and 23? And can you provide an update to the committee on the work performed by the department in collaboration with the Site Safety Task Force?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chair Sanchez. And we completely agree with you. We need to continue to work together to drive down construction-related injuries and fatalities. While the downwards trend, the 30% we saw from 2018 to 2019 is very promising, we want to continue to drive down those injuries and fatalities because we can certainly do more as well as the industry. And at the end of last session, we worked together to require more site safety supervision on construction sites, to bring more sites, those that are 7 stories and over, into our site safety program. So they'll be not only having additional site safety supervision on their sites as well, but also submitting site safety plans to the department for review. So we look forward to implementing those changes. And all told, so we allocate nearly 16 million towards construction safety across multiple units within DOB. And that funding supports 230 positions dedicated to construction safety. And those are primarily in our construction safety compliance unit, which I mentioned performs proactive safety inspections. And then also in our construction safety enforcement unit, which focuses on emergency response. So those are our primary 2 units that focus on construction safety, but we do have other positions within DOB that do this work as well. For example, a site safety plan exam unit and construction safety engineering. We'd be happy to provide the full breakdown to you after the hearing.
That would be great, thank you. How many construction site safety inspections were performed in fiscal 21 and year to date in fiscal 22?
Sure. So since our construction safety compliance unit was established in late 2018, total we've conducted about 72,000 proactive inspections and nearly 30,000 unique construction sites. So that averages out to about 24,000 inspections per year. And we can get back to you with the specifics in terms of how many we conducted in the last fiscal year specifically.
And do you have, can you tell me what percentage of the city's construction sites once inspected, receive a site safety inspection? Sorry,
Sure,
are
so it's about-
certified sort of safe without issue?
So it's about 5,100 of our larger construction sites that are subject to these proactive inspections by the department. And we focus on the sites where there's a heightened safety risk, which is generally sites that involve demolition, new building construction, and sites that are 10 stories or greater. But as I mentioned a little earlier, we're going to be, including sites that are 7 stories or greater in the coming years as well.
Great. And do you have the number of violations that were issued because of these proactive inspections and how much revenue was generated?
Sure. So to date, we've issued approximately 34,000 violations. And where we discover egregious safety lapses on construction sites, we also issue stop work orders. So to date, we've also issued 7,400 stop work orders as a result of these proactive inspections. And out of the violations that were issued, the city's collected approximately $33 million in revenue. Well, in penalty collection.
Got it. Thank you. And this these 34,000 violations, 7,400 stop work orders, they're out of the 72,000 proactive inspections that you mentioned since 2017. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Got it. Great. All right. Well, at this time, I'm gonna start turning it over to colleagues, and then I of course have more questions, but I will hold. Thank you for answering those. Councilmember Barron, thank you so much. First to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Sanchez, for this critically important hearing. I want to commend you for the work that you're doing, and so far the hearings that I've attended and the meetings, you have been doing a fantastic job. I do want to ask you, Chair Sanchez, how come the commissioner is not here? We have deputy commissioners, but in these very, very important budget hearings, when it's the entire budget and all of the safety issues involved, the commissioner should have been here. Is there any reason why the commissioner is not here?
Let DOB answer that.
Sure. Hi, Councilmember Barron. So as you may have heard, our Commissioner Melanie LaRocca was appointed the city's Chief Efficiency Officer, and she began serving in that role at the beginning of this administration. But Melanie continues to serve as DOB Commissioner as well, but unfortunately she could not be here today. But
that is unfortunate, because as long as she's the commissioner here until she leaves, she needs to be at these kinds of hearings. Because unless you have another commissioner and get somebody in, but the commissioner should be at these hearings because they're critical, and the commissioner, the person who can make decisions quicker than deputy commissioners who have to report to somebody to make a decision, makes a difference. Secondly, the safety measures for those buildings that are under 7 stories. We've had a death in my community where at the construction site, a tractor backed up into the streets and hit an elderly person and took her life. Fortunately for us, the district attorney is prosecuting that company and those individuals, but it could have been avoided if DOB pays greater attention in Black and Latina communities on safety. It seems that in our communities, it's a lax that I've walked around construction sites and I've seen things and we've had to call it in, that there needs to be a greater safety monitor in our Black and brown communities, because it seems to be a real lax and something that I don't think would be allowed to happen in a white community. And with bigger developers who have more money and more power, they get all of these fines and citations, and either they don't pay them or the shutdown orders don't happen, or they just accumulate sometimes all of these violations on buildings and no execution of getting them to improve. Because even if they pay a fine, some of them are so rich, they'll pay the fine and maintain the violations, but they'll pay the fine because they can afford to. But it doesn't improve safety in our neighborhoods. It doesn't improve the maintenance of buildings and developments in our neighborhood. So we're really fighting a tough fight out here. We got the Department of Finance that we have to deal with some back taxes on some properties. We got DEP, the water bills, and then we got DOB with fines and things of that nature. So our community is in a real struggle, particularly during this pandemic. And another last question is that I've also noticed in my Canarsie area, some people were abusing some rich developers or developers that wanted to make sure our buildings go into foreclosure. They would ride around and call in, violations so that the violations can build up and buildings go into foreclosure. And they use DOB to do that because some of it may be legitimate. So I'm glad you have that program to help, homeowners and people in low income with that, because it was abused where they actually call in anonymously, they call in all these fines and fees and violations, and then DOB gets busy, and then some of our properties lost. Whereas in the richer communities, the more well-do communities, they have it's not happening the same way. And lastly, what is your racial breakdown of people on your staff and upper positions and management positions and some of these vacancies that's going to be filled? Do you have the racial breakdown in a city that is 65% Black, Latino, and Asian? Is your staff reflective of the population of the city racially and ethnically? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember, for those questions. So I'll start with construction safety first. So as I mentioned previously and in my testimony, we do have about over 5,000 sites that are part of our site safety program, and those are located throughout the city. And we're excited about our partnership with the council last council session, where we're going to be requiring more site safety supervision at construction sites, because we absolutely agree with you that more can be done to improve safety on our sites. So in addition to having, a site safety professional, which is a construction superintendent, site safety manager, site safety coordinator, there's going to be an additional site safety monitor as well on these sites moving forward. So that does bolster supervision on sites themselves. And then we'll continue to conduct our proactive inspections. But if there are any sites that you have specifically in mind, then we'd be happy to discuss those and how safety can be improved with your office. And as it relates to homeowners in Canarsie that you mentioned, where developers are calling in complaints, I'd love to discuss that issue with you. But we completely agree that our homeowner relief program will certainly help small property owners. So we're seeing about 300 or so homeowners that are benefiting through that program. And it does serve as a protection mechanism for those homeowners as well. What we were seeing previously, and the New York Times reported on it a few years ago, is that some homeowners were receiving violations and receiving repeat violations every couple of months, and then they ended up owing tens of thousands of dollars to the city. Right. So we're hoping that issue is addressed through this program, and very excited about it, and look forward to updating you on the progress we make there as well. And as it relates to demographics of the agency, I'll turn it over to Sharon to speak to that.
Thank you for that question. I actually just was realizing yesterday that we in the past had prepared for this question. I don't actually have those numbers in front of me, but I'm happy to report back. In the past, we did see a pretty strong demographic as it related to race and ethnicity. Us being an agency that recruits predominantly for construction and in architectural and engineering titles, we don't have a great demographic of gender between male and female, but I'll be happy to get back with that information.
See, this is what I'm always concerned of, Chair Sanchez. When you have a hearing like this, I don't see how you can come to a hearing like this without that information. When people have to say, I'll get back to you, when you know that you come into a hearing like this, and that question is usually asked on a regular, to not have the information, this is my concern, that they treat our hearings with the highest of respect and the highest of bringing all the information. Not I'll get back to you on something that's very fundamental to agencies, the racial demographics. I probably can look up on the thing and get some of that myself, but you should definitely have brought that with you. I'm finished, Chair Sanchez. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Barron. And I couldn't agree more. So, I mean, look, I think we're seeing, and we'll talk about this even more so during the next agency, which is HPD, that, you know, there hasn't been the same attention to the housing crisis and affordable housing production and protection in the plans so far that have come out of the administration. And I think this partly reflects that. So I do look forward to that follow-up information, and I look forward to working with DOB more closely, especially as the new commissioner is identified, which we need our own commissioner for the agency, right? So thank you, Councilmember Barron. Councilmember Kagan.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chair. Very important hearing. And I have two questions. My first question, like you already, Chair already asked you, but you did not reply. For as long as I recall myself here in New York, the question is about compensation to building inspectors. And I know the Chair already asked you this question. You never replied. I wanted to know how much building inspectors, DOB inspectors are making. What is the lowest and what is the highest pay for DOB inspectors? Because my understanding, it's inadequate, it's very low, and that's one of the reasons why I have problem with recruiting. And from what I know, this problem exists not now, not during the pandemic, but long before any kind of pandemic. It was always a problem with new inspectors and with the low pay for inspectors. That's the first question. And second is a relevant question. You probably would say it's a budgetary issue because you need more money to hire more inspectors, to pay them more. But again, another issue, I always read it in the media, I believe even New York Times wrote about it, that unpaid building violations. Do you have a number? How much right now DOB did not collect for building violations that were issued and were not paid? I believe the number is staggering. So I would like to know this number. Thank you so much.
So I can take the question regarding the pay scale for the inspectors. Our inspectors are collectively bargained rates, so we have to follow the city's collective bargaining contracts. We do hire our inspectors at what is referred to as the city min, which is higher on the range than what the non-city min would be. So we typically, our construction inspectors usually start making around 62,500. We try to maintain promotional opportunities within the inspectorial rank so that folks can promote up to be supervisors, assistant chiefs, and chiefs. Our level twos, our level ones actually make a little bit less than the 62. As soon as they're able to be promoted up to level 2, we do that. But we continue to struggle with this demographic of skilled folks because, as I said before, I believe the pool of qualified candidates is shrinking and overall, and we're also competing with the industry. So this has been a long-standing problem for our agency as well as the industry in order to attract these qualified candidates.
What about my second question about the building violations? How much is the total right now of unpaid DOB violations in the city of New York? Again, I believe the number is very, very high. I believe New York Times covered it's close to $1 billion. Is it correct?
So remember, I believe as of the latest DOF report, the DOB default and interest penalties are about $428 million. And that accounts for nearly 40% of the outstanding debt owed to the city, is my understanding. And part of the reason why that debt is so high is that our penalty amounts are higher than that of other agencies. So on average, our penalties generally start at $1,000 or greater. And it's not unusual for us to have, $5,000 penalties. And in the example of site safety training for workers, when we discover an untrained worker, it's $5,000 in penalties that goes to the employer of the worker, to the contractor for the site, if different from the employer, and then $5,000 also to the owner of the site. So the penalties do escalate pretty quickly, and we'd be happy to talk further to you with our colleagues at DOF about collection efforts. But we do have our own collection efforts here internally. For example, we won't issue a new license to one of our licensees if they have unpaid debt owed to the city. So that is, you know how we contribute to collection efforts. And then our understanding is that the Department of Finance also has several mechanisms that they use to collect outstanding debt owed to the city as well.
So you believe that $500 million in outstanding unpaid DOB violations is okay?
New council member, we continue to work with the Department of Finance to work on collection efforts regarding our outstanding debt. And I know
it's totally not okay. It's staggering amount, and it shouldn't be this way. We're not talking about like small change. $500 million. That money could be used to increase salaries to DOB inspectors, to improve safety, and so on and so on. That's a humongous amount of money.
Thank you, Councilmember Kagan, and agreed. It's a problem across multiple agencies, this issue of collection. So thank you. Up next, Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Guillermo. It's good to see you again. I wanted to just, first of all, I want to echo all the comments that my colleagues have already made. These issues are issues that we all care so deeply about because we have constituents who are directly impacted every single day, not just by low salaries and lack of opportunities for employment, but also by living conditions. So I'm sure you can understand our passion, on the topic. I wanted to just ask, going back to the vacancies, what are your recruitment efforts like in terms of trying to bring in new folks? I know you said you're competing with the construction industry, but where are you actually looking to recruit people from? And are you doing any outreach through, NYCHA, CUNY, anywhere like that?
Yes, thank you for that question. We actually started our youth program 3 years ago in order to create a pre-pipeline for technical and inspectorial staff, which is why creating the level 1 inspector position was so critical for us, because we wanted to engage in a very productive relationship and program. So we have been very successful partnering with CUNY, both at City Tech and City College. And we have a very high participation rate with those schools. And we have started to see that we're bringing some of those folks on as college aides. And we're hoping that eventually when they are able to qualify for our positions, that they will take an exam and that we would hire them once they're eligible to be hired off of the exam. So when we talk about recruitment, given the Long Beach decision that the city had to comply with for civil service, not only are we looking to recruit people, but we're also looking to recruit people to become, to take the civil service exam. So as I mentioned before, we have been doing extensive outreach to CUNY in order to create that pre-pipeline of folks. And we've been engaging with them, and we've been encouraging any staff that we hire to make sure that they take the upcoming civil service exams. And anybody who's been filing for those civil service exams, we use them as a recruitment pool as well. It is a constant battle to try to keep our vacancy rates low, especially when we get new programs added to the department. We typically are struggling to timely hire those folks, especially in those very hard to recruit positions that are our technical titles and our inspectorial titles.
Okay. Well, I appreciate some of this information. I would love to follow up and see if we can get this program into Medgar Evers College in my district as well. So a lot of constituents who've tried to investigate new buildings in their neighborhoods have been unaware that DOB is transitioning to DOB now. Has DOB been doing any outreach to let folks know where to find information on permits and other relevant documents? And does this outreach include information on what is in DOB now versus what is in BIS?
Yes, council member. So we have, it's good to see you first of all. So we have been doing a lot of outreach around DOB now to members of the public as we've been rolling it out. And that's been, through regular updates, through service notices as we roll out more functionalities in DOB now, through our buildings news. And we do multiple industry sessions and sessions for members of the public to educate them about the new functionalities in DOB now and how they can use those functionalities. So we continue to do outreach as we roll out, more functionalities in DOB now. And now most of our filings are in DOB now. So now we've made that transition from BIS to DOB now in that way. So there are, a certain limited amount of work types that are still left in BIS, but for the most part, we're in DOB now. But I would say our most popular tool that members of the public use, which is the property profile, where you can see complaints, violations, that's still in BIS. So that's, predominantly where the public goes to look for any complaints that they filed and to determine, what the outcome of those complaints were and any violations that were issued.
Thank you. Chair Sanchez, if you'll permit it, I do have one other question.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And just really quickly as follow up to that, I think it would be helpful. I've been hearing from a lot of constituents who are trying to find information about buildings that they see going up. If we can maybe consider like some more plain language that's easily accessible for folks who may not be as well versed in, the terminology that the industry normally uses. I think that would be helpful. And then I just wanted to ask a question regarding the Office of the Tenant Advocate and the Tenant Harassment Prevention Task Force, which I know is not exclusively just DOB, but also involves a number of other agencies. I see that the Office of the Tenant Advocate was baselined at $671,000. I think considering the worst landlords list that's put out every year by the Public Advocate, currently has 55,000, I'll just say over 55,000 open violations, which I know are for HPD specifically. But over 9,000 units are impacted in over 463 buildings. And I just don't believe that less than $1 million is sufficient to address, what's happening all across the city with, predatory landlords, with hazardous living conditions. And so my question is just, are you advocating for a budget that's baseline larger than the $671,000? Are you looking to invest more in how we're actually protecting our tenants?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So certainly since our OTA was established in 2018, we started off with one person, and now the team has certainly grown. So now we have 12 people working in that office. And we've expanded the team to include, a number of tenant liaisons that intake complaints directly from members of the public, either through phone calls or through emails. We've also added inspectors and plan examiners to that team as well. So they can, audit tenant protection plans, for example. And then the unit also coordinates closely with other inspectorial units within DOB, like our Office of the Buildings Marshal, which is dedicated to, conducting tenant harassment related inspections. So it definitely has definitely has other units at its disposal that it coordinates with. But the team has certainly grown year over year. And yeah.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Sanchez, for allowing me the extra time.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Hudson. Councilmember Aviles.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Council Member and Chairwoman Irina Sanchez, for this hearing. It is very, very important. And I too want to underscore the line of questioning from my colleagues. I find it quite troubling that we have challenges collecting over $500 million from a very small number, I'm sure, of developers across the city, when in fact we seem to be we do enforcement really well for poor folks throughout the city. We seem to find real good efficiency on collections and enforcement. I wanted to follow up on my colleagues' questions around tenant harassment and prevention task force. Did the $671,000 budget also include the task force, or is that a separately funded unit? And can you tell me a little bit about the update on how many inspections have been conducted in that unit for fiscal 21 and 22, and how many violations have been issued?
Sure. Councilmember, how are you?
Good.
So the task force is a collaboration between multiple city and state agencies, and DOB is a participating agency in that task force. It also includes our colleagues at Hpd, the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, the Law Department, among others. And the task force works together to, inspect certain buildings and units within those buildings. And then there's the enforcement actions taken by multiple agencies. And since the task force was established, 24,000 units have been inspected. And then the last fiscal year, it was 2,100 units that were inspected by the task force. And I can get back to you working with our partner agencies on the number of violations that were issued as a result of those inspections.
Is DOB pursuing any enforcement action on buildings, and how many enforcement actions are being performed?
Sure. So working with the task force, we do those joint inspections where 2,100 units were inspected. But separate and apart from that, when members of the public reach out to us through our Office of the Tenant Advocate, sometimes those inquiries generate complaints if someone's calling in and saying that there's construction going on in their home and that it's being done unsafely. So those complaints also generate inspections, and we've issued 335 violations and over 100 stop work orders last year as a result of those complaints that we got through our Office of the Tenant Advocate directly from members of the public. But separate from that, we also perform proactive inspections to check for compliance with tenant protection plans when there is construction work in an occupied residential building. And those proactive inspections have also resulted in violations and stop work orders being issued.
In terms of the recent pandemic, has that impacted or changed the way DOB has been working in as part of the task force implementation?
As it relates to our Office of the Tenant Advocate, we didn't see any impact there. So year over year, the inquiries to our Office of the Tenant Advocate have grown, which is promising. It means more tenants are finding out about the office, which is great. So last year we received almost 2,700 inquiries through that office. And as it relates to the Tenant Harassment Prevention Task Force, I do believe that their work was on pause for a few months due to the pandemic. I can get back to you with the specifics, but that work has resumed since then.
And forgive me if I missed this in your earlier response, but is the $1 million budget also inclusive of the Tenant Prevention Task Force, or is that separately funded?
We use our existing resources to participate in that task force. That's separate and apart from our Office of the Tenant Advocate funding.
And how much funding do you allocate to the participation in the task force?
I don't have the specific, Sharon. Do you?
It's not something that we would fund as a line item. So obviously our Office of the Tenant Advocate would participate in that, as well as any partner agency. So you would have to try to figure out like what percentage of someone's time would be dedicated to that effort. So it's really more an effort in terms of a participation, not necessarily a unit, like an operating unit. Whereas our Office of the Tenant Advocate is an operating unit that the department funds and operates. This advisory and task force discussion is not something that would be a line item in our budget, since it's a intergovernmental cross-agency partnership.
Time expired.
Right, thank you. I just wanted last follow-up. So the agency does not track how much employment time is spent on participating as part of the task force?
I don't believe so. I would have to check with our Office of the Tenant Advocate to understand what the level of effort is, but you would have to ask each agency this question.
Right, but I'm asking Department of Buildings, who tracks
Yeah.
their employees and their participation in task force or other units. So you don't? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
No problem. Thank you so much, Councilmember Aviles. I don't see other council member questions, so I just have one more before we move on to our next agency. And this is on the basement apartments program. So the Hpd Led Program provides eligible low and middle income homeowners living in 1 to 3 family homes in East New York and Cypress Hills, Brooklyn financing to convert their basement or cellars into safe, legal, and rentable apartments based on altered building code legislation passed in February 2019. Cypress Hills CDC provides technical assistance by managing the pre-development and construction process on behalf of owners in order to secure DOB-issued certificate of occupancy. So just in that context, one, I wonder, in the wake of the tragic storm last year, how the basement pilot has been affected or changed since its inception. And two, if you can just tell us about how DOB's interactions are going with Cypress Hills CDC and any learnings from that process.
Sure. So our primary role in the program was initially to work with the council and our partners at Hpd on modifications to construction code requirements to facilitate the creation of safe basement apartments. For example, what the appropriate ceiling heights would be, what appropriate window requirements are, whether sprinklers are required. So we did that work on the front end, which resulted in the pilot program legislation. And now we're working closely with our colleagues at Hpd and to ensure that construction documents submitted to us in connection with the basement apartment program, that they're reviewed promptly. And I believe there's 6 properties in the pipeline that Hpd is working with. And they had until August of last year to submit their construction documents. So the documents have been submitted, and we're working with the applicants to resolve outstanding issues. So we're working closely with Hpd and the applicants on those applications.
Thank you. And how many CFOs have been issued?
None yet. So those
Okay.
6 properties are still in the pipeline, correct?
Got it. And what is in fiscal year 23's budget for this program?
There's no funding. So funding for the program in DOB dropped out in fiscal year 2021. So we received some funding related to project management related to the program, but because it was a pilot program, that funding was limited and since dropped out, and we're using our existing plan examiners to assist the buildings that are in the pipeline right now.
Got it. Thank you so much. And my very last questions on unit of appropriations. As I've said several times today, it's difficult for the council to do our work and understand exactly what is happening at DOB because there are only 2 budget lines that we receive from you. Is DOB open to working with us and with OMB to add more units of appropriation so that we can work better together?
Turn that one over to Sharon.
Sorry, I had a disturbance here, so I had to mute. In the past, we've often deferred this question to OMB. We often try to be as transparent as possible in terms of like our budget code structure. So if you look in the supporting schedules, you will see that we actually have a lot of the different units and the allocations of positions and programs and offices are outlined in the budget code structure. So, and we've expanded and attempted to maintain this to be as up to date as possible.
All right. Well, I want to thank you both so much for being with us this morning and for taking our questions. We look forward to the follow-up from your committee, from your agency, excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we will be turning to Hpd. Give me 1 second. Okay, just want to check committee council. No other council members had questions, correct?
Correct.
Great. All right. Great. HPD is on the line?
Correct.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to begin with my opening remarks for part 2, and then we'll turn it over to HPD for your testimony. So, good morning once again. My name is Pierina Sanchez. I am the chair of the New York City's Committee on Housing and Buildings, and we're going to continue with the committee's hearing on the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget and fiscal 2022 preliminary mayor's management report, or PMMR. Following the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, now we will then hear testimony from the public beginning at approximately 1 p.m. And I just want to thank those advocates who have joined us today. I would like to first extend a warm welcome to representatives from HPD, particularly new Commissioner Adolfo Carrion, whom I share a deep history with as he represented District 14 in the New York City Council. He was my New York City Council member when I was growing up. And however, you know, where persistent realities continue to exist. And so I'm looking forward to the partnership and working with you to tackle the many challenges in the areas of affordable housing in the city of New York. I will keep my comments brief here with the request that the commissioner also keep your oral testimony to about 10 minutes so that we can move on to questions from council members. As I began saying earlier this morning, we know that the city's affordable housing crisis is disproportionately impacting low and moderate income New Yorkers hard, and it has been for years. This reality has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and the corresponding health and economic fallout. Of 18% of renter-occupied homes in New York City, of all renter-occupied homes in New York City, only about 18% are well-maintained by landlords, according to a Healthy Homes report by the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. Up to 70% of our lowest income households live within homes that they cannot afford, and that rent burden is disproportionately felt among the most vulnerable. And yet we see that we have subsidized units that are laying vacant for disproportionate periods of times. Units subsidized at the higher levels of area median income, like 130%. As the administration crafts its housing plan, we must focus on the deepest levels of affordability. And in districts like District 14, where I grew up, where 94% of people rent, that statistic is tantamount to a persistent displacement risk. And so homeownership is also going to be critical in our future. And with 300,000 evictions filed in the state of New York and a lifted eviction moratorium, we know that we need more and more and more resources from our state and federal partners. And so we need to partner together with the agency in order to secure these resources. And it is in this dire context that the work of this committee and housing advocates and HPD and DOB could not be more important. And this is why our committee, alongside housing and homeless advocates across the city, have been taken aback by the lack of investment in the city's housing plan. On the trail, Mayor Adams committed that he would dedicate $4 billion dollars to affordable housing, including $2.5 billion for HPD and $1.5 billion for NYCC. And yet what we see is a holding steady of recent numbers. HPD's fiscal 2023 preliminary budget is $1.5 billion, down from 122 from the fiscal year of 2022's adopted budget. HPD serves as the city's fiscal conduit for NYCC, and the decrease in NYCC funding accounts for $74 million of the difference. Yet HPD was subject to PEG savings targets, and this includes $1 million in savings next year from the elimination of 28 budgeted full-time positions. Although HPD still has over 300 vacancies before it reaches its budgeted headcount of 2,621. I have concerns over the agency's approximately 14% vacancy rate, and I look forward to hearing more about the staffing plan for the department, especially in a context where for years advocates have expressed concerns that the agency staffing is not robust enough to carry out the housing plan and the housing production and preservation that we need in the city of New York. Linked to the question of staffing is the broader question of what strategy the administration plans to take to deal with the New York City's affordable housing crisis overall. The proposed budget is more transition than visionary, yet we know that there is no recovery without affordable housing production and preservation. There is no equity in the city of New York without housing stability. There is only one new need in the fiscal 2023 preliminary budget, and there are no new needs in the out years, suggesting a lack of programmatic investments. Additionally, one-time fiscal 2022 council discretionary funding is not included for programs that prevent foreclosures, preserve housing, and support community land trusts. Importantly, the capital commitment plan at HPD, which totals $7.65 billion over the next 5 years, is short of the mayor's campaign, as I mentioned, of $4 billion per year split between HPD and NYCHA. The state's executive budget, on the other hand, includes $25 billion 25 billion 5-year housing plan, but it's not clear yet how much of this funding will come to the city. Critical discussions around the future of 421A are also ongoing, and 421A, as we know, is the single most expensive tax expenditure of New York City, costing us $1.7 billion in fiscal 2021 alone, and not producing the affordable housing that we need in the city of New York. The city of New York should be weighing in Albany in terms of what we want to see this program become in the future. I look forward to hearing more about how the administration will place its imprint on the New York City's housing policy. Although the preliminary mayor's management report shows that there are some core services, such as inspections and enforcement, returning to pre-pandemic service levels, some data trends suggest that HPD could use additional resources to conduct its work in the recovery from COVID-19. For example, HPD plays a pivotal role in code enforcement, and after a horrific series of tragedies this year in the Bronx and citywide, it's important that the council and administration collaborate to find faster solutions to life or death issues like hot water and heating. Finally, I also look forward to hearing about the new construction starts and how HPD will focus on speeding up placement of seniors, the homeless, those with low incomes, and those who need supportive housing into appropriate placements. I'm energized to serve alongside this leadership and to demand with the agencies, with the new commissioner, to demand safe, healthy, quality, and affordable housing and fight against harassment, neglect, and speculative landlords. I would like to thank the committee staff who have helped prepare this hearing: Daniel Krupp, Monica Bujak, Chima Obuchere, Audrey Sun, Charles Kim, and Jose Conde, and my chief of staff, Sam Cardenas, and legislative director, Kadeem Robinson. Now I'm going to turn it over to our committee counsel to swear you in.
Thank you so much. At this time, I will administer the affirmation to the witnesses from the Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development, which is represented by Adolfo Carrion, Ahmed Tigani, Brendan McLaughlin, Anne-Marie Santiago, Anne-Marie Hendrickson, Liz Oakley, Margie Brown, Kim Darga, and Rich Johns. I will call each of your names in turn. Please speak audibly. Do you affirm, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Adolfo Carrion?
I do.
Ahmed Tigani?
I do.
Brendan McLaughlin?
I do.
Anne-Marie Santiago?
I do.
Anne-Marie Hendrickson?
I do.
Liz Oakley?
I do.
Margie Brown?
I do.
Kim Darga?
I do.
And Rich Johns?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Thank you, Council, and thank you very much, Chairwoman Sanchez. Good morning, Chairwoman and members of the New York City Council Committee on Housing and Buildings. My name is Adolfo Carrion Jr., and I am the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. As you can see, I'm joined by members of HPD's senior leadership team. It's an honor to return to public service as the new Commissioner of New York City's housing agency. Having served in government over much of my career, it's truly impressive to see the full breadth of this agency's work in providing safe, quality, and affordable housing. I'm excited to work with our partners across the city, including the newly appointed Chief Housing Officer, Jessica Katz, and to prioritize health and safety in our city's housing stock. Before I begin my testimony, let me take a moment to welcome some of the newly elected council members, yourself included, Chair. I know my old 14th council district is in able and steady hands as you take on this task. As a former council member, I look forward to working with all of you to build a more equitable and resilient city. And I'll just say parenthetically that there's really very little left of the old council that I served in, but I see my former colleague, Councilmember Barron, who I had the honor of serving with as well. Nice to see you, Charles. I will first provide a brief overview of HPD's fiscal year 2023 budget before describing how it will help us achieve our goals of creating and preserving affordable housing, expanding access to that affordable housing, protecting tenants, and advancing diversity and fair housing. I will then be happy to answer your questions. Beginning with the budget overview, as you know, HPD's work requires significant investment from the city and federal governments. HPD's fiscal year 2023 preliminary budget is approximately $1 billion, just over $1 billion. This includes about $233 million in pass-through funding that goes to the New York City Housing Authority. As a result, the net or true expense budget is approximately $813 million. Of this $813 million, approximately $145 million comes from city funds, and about $662 million comes from federal funds such as the Community Development Block Grant, Section 8, other federal rental assistance, and some grants. As such, approximately 82% of HPD's expense budget is federally funded. This huge proportion of federal versus city funding in the agency's budget is important because when we seek to save city tax dollars, as we are constantly trying to do, the place where we can find those savings is in the city's share of the budget, since most of our programs are restricted by federal requirements. City funding, especially the city's tax levy, is critical for strengthening areas of the agency not otherwise eligible for federal grants. This is in addition to the roughly $1.5 billion in annual capital. We're thankful for the important role that city resources play in our expense budget, and my testimony will highlight several areas where this city funding will help us further strengthen our programs and services. Beginning with creating and preserving affordable housing and expanding access to that housing. Our efforts to create and preserve affordable housing are critical for the city of New York. Our hardworking team here at HPD created and preserved over 200,000 affordable housing units over the past 8 years. We also supported some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers by deepening the affordability of our housing and increasing housing and services for homeless New Yorkers. In 2021, we financed nearly 25,000 affordable homes. This includes over 2,500 units for senior affordable homes, the highest production of senior homes in our history in any one year. We also placed over 2,000 formerly homeless households into permanent housing. With the COVID-19 pandemic exacerbating the housing crisis, these developments will not only provide security to our hardest hit families, but will also help lead our city's recovery. Housing production is only part of the equation. We're also committed to ensuring New Yorkers have access to the affordable housing we create. We have worked to make the affordable housing marketing process faster and fairer, and are working with our partners at the Housing Development Corporation to ensure the Housing Connect lottery process is inclusive and protects applicants with complicated income streams, credit issues, histories of justice involvement, disabilities, language access needs, and other potential barriers to housing. Regarding enforcing the housing maintenance code and protecting tenants, core to our mission is also protecting tenants and ensuring the quality of the city's housing stock. Every day, HPD inspectors and emergency repair staff go across the 5 boroughs to enforce the housing maintenance code. issuing violations and repairing emergency conditions when landlords are not in compliance. Our Housing Litigation Division initiates cases in housing court against owners who do not comply with outstanding violations, seeking the correction of conditions and also leveling civil penalties. Our Anti-Harassment unit identifies portfolios of buildings where owners harass tenants, conduct full building inspections, and refer buildings to housing litigation for comprehensive litigation. Last year, we worked with the City Council to expand and extend the pilot certification of no harassment program, which is intended to stop property owners from harassing tenants to vacate their homes. Recently, for the 15th time, we selected 250 buildings with serious violations and histories of emergency repair for our alternative enforcement program, an initiative that intensifies enforcement against the city's most distressed multifamily buildings. This program holds landlords accountable through increased inspections and pushes landlords to address immediate emergency conditions and systemic building issues to improve conditions for residents. We look forward to continuing to refine these programs and exploring new ways to hold recalcitrant landlords accountable while ensuring that all landlords understand their responsibilities to maintain their properties and keep their tenants in healthy and safe housing. And in terms of advancing racial, ethnic inclusion and equity and fostering diverse, livable neighborhoods, through investments and innovative policies, we have fought to create a more affordable and equitable city. We work to give New Yorkers a real choice in where they live and to preserve and create affordable housing in every neighborhood. This means making all neighborhoods accessible and investing in neighborhoods that have experienced historic disinvestment and discrimination. We have used our neighborhood planning team to engage local residents in identifying their needs and priorities for the sites in their community. In partnership with the public advocate and the City Council, the city passed legislation that now requires developers to include a racial equity report with certain rezoning applications. We're engaging with our partners at the Department of City Planning in building the equitable development data tool that will help us share data on housing and demographics, and will help frame future land use decisions. To shape and build strong neighborhoods, we need strong partners. This means partnering with developers and other real estate professionals who reflect the diversity of our neighborhoods. As the new commissioner, I am committed to promoting the participation of minority and women-owned business enterprises, and I am encouraged by the foundation that has been laid down to advance this work. We have spearheaded multiple efforts to grow the number and the strength of minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofits that drive our city's affordable housing work, and to increase the size and diversity of the affordable housing community. For instance, last year, Hpd and Enterprise community partners launched Pathways to Opportunity, a new initiative providing free training and certification for minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofits interested in breaking into the growing marketing agent industry for Housing Connect lotteries. We recognize that minority and women-owned business enterprises must deal with entrenched barriers to acquire the capital needed to build larger developments or develop more than one site at a time. To address this challenge, we worked with the New York City Acquisition Fund to create fair and favorable terms for minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofits to reduce pre-development costs. And last year, we joined a coalition of public, private, and philanthropic partners to announce that the New York City Acquisition Fund will now exclusively serve projects led by minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofit developers with a minimum 51% ownership stake in the project. And finally, to close, we are pushing forward with renewed energy to say, as the mayor likes to say, get stuff done. to put people over process, to put people over bureaucracy. I know as a former member of this body that the important work already accomplished has not been done by HPD alone. The council is and has been a critical partner in the process of fighting to get the resources we need to ensure New York City works for everyone. Thank you for your partnership, and I know we will continue to partner on critical legislative priorities and reforms. And thanks for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much. And let me just say parenthetically, Chair, I have been here a month, and it's a large agency with an incredible team and an incredible portfolio. I'm glad to be surrounded by the group of professionals who have been toiling in the field here before I got here. And I have to tip my hat to them, especially having lived through this global pandemic that really changed the way we work. They stepped up to the plate, and I look forward to working with you and your colleagues to take on the critical and not so easy issues that we have to take on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. With much appreciation for everything you just shared, and especially that last point. So, I mean, my first question is around HPD's housing vision. So yes, the agency has accomplished a lot in the past 8 years, and it has accomplished a lot, you know, in many different respects, for preservation, new construction, you know, creating new programs, planning where we live. You know, there's been a lot of work that has been done, but, you know, sort of looking into the future, I know that this must be under construction, you know, pun intended. So asking this, you know, with that certainly in mind, but what is HPD's housing vision? What is the administration's housing vision? You know, what are we thinking? New construction? How does public housing fit in? You know, homelessness, right? There's so many different aspects of the affordable housing crisis. How are you thinking about it, and when can the council and the public expect to see more about the administration's approach?
Like you said, it's a construction site, so you see the yellow cautionary tape around us. That's because we're really working and immersing ourselves into the issues and challenges that we've inherited as a new leadership team in the city. I will say this, there is a recognition across the board, and I think we share this, that we are, as a city, have been and continue to be into the future in an affordability crisis, a housing affordability crisis. And that affordability challenge really cuts across a lot of sectors. You talk to a small business person, they're going to talk about their affordability issues running their local business and all the challenges that we have to, all the barriers that we have to take out of the way. With that said, this agency's commitment and this administration's commitment is to ensure that we increase the production of affordable housing. You know, this past calendar year, we were able to, under the conditions that we were living, able to produce 25,000 new units of affordable housing and a historic level of senior and supportive housing. That trend needs to continue, but we also need to deepen affordability. And that's an issue that we've all heard and we're all ready to tackle. We need to address the issue of home ownership. And while it's not a big issue in terms of population, because the lion's share of New York City residents are renters, but there is this missed opportunity that we face as a city, especially among people of color and immigrants in certain pockets of the city where that has not been reachable for them. And you'll hear today from me and from my team of some of the efforts that we're undertaking in terms of helping people with down payment assistance and fixing their homes and keeping them in their homes, helping to put together a better support better support for the HDFCs out there that allow low-income New Yorkers to own their own cooperative apartments. All of that hasn't been enough. And I think part of what we are trying to do is take a pause, look at the entire landscape. I will let Chief Housing Officer Katz speak about NYCHA. And we're putting together a plan that will include the New York City Housing Authority and the Department of Housing Preservation and Development and any other agency that touches housing. Because the other element of this crisis is that there are people who need emergency housing and supportive housing, whether they're homeless, whether they have issues related to disabilities, other challenges, mental health issues. You know, it's the popular talk of today. It's all over the tabloids that terrible things that happen in the city point to this greater need for us to pay attention to all those issues. But we are working. We're in. Another thing that you and the committee members should know is that we're in the rebuilding mode. We took a beating with the pandemic, just as so many other agencies. We have significant vacancies that need to be filled, and we're working with OMB to address that. We're going to build a stronger team, and we're going to build a team that really continues and more reflects our diversity. And finally, I will say that diversity, equity, and inclusion is going to cut across the entire universe of our work. And I happen to hear Councilmember Barron's question about the racial and ethnic breakdown of the staff at DOB, and I'll share that information with you because that's super important to me. And I'll end with this. There's been a lot of lip service over the years. I think it has to stop, frankly, and we have to be honest. And when we have scars, we should show them. When we have hurts, we should say what they are. HPD will fight to be a better agency that delivers new housing that's fair, that's safe, that preserves the existing housing, and have a team that reflects who we are as New Yorkers.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And we'll keep coming back to the affordable housing plan. We'll keep coming back to these investments because, as I said, there's no recovery without affordable housing in New York City. There's no recovery without housing stability. And so we have to do everything we can. And I appreciate you pointing out deep affordability, home ownership, and just running the agency in a way that really is focusing that diversity, equity, and inclusion. Appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So my next question then is about your resources to get this done, and in terms of staffing. So the fiscal 2023 budget removes 28 full-time positions for modest city council savings. And yet over the years, as I mentioned in testimony, we've heard one time and again that HPD staffing has not kept up with the more robust housing production and preservation goals that the agency has had. And with these pegs, advocates are saying that the HPD will not have the staff to carry out even the last administration's housing goals, and not to mention your forthcoming ones. So where do you expect these headcount reductions to be taken? And with such a high vacancy rate at HPD of 14%, that's higher than the citywide average, what is happening? Why do we have such a high vacancy rate within the agency?
So, our aim and our focus is to fill the vacancies that we have as fast as we can. Frankly, any commissioner who says they were not disappointed by a reduction, it won't be truthful. So losing 28 full-time employees is not a good thing. However, we're going to be strategic about where we need to fill. We certainly need additional project managers. We need to continue our enforcement activities very aggressively. And that army of folks out there who never stopped working during COVID, there's probably, I'm going to say close to 100, maybe more that are vacancies that need to be filled. We have Rich Johns, our HPD Associate Commissioner for Finance, who can correct me when I step into a little bit of mud. So if I say anything wrong, Richard, please send me a lifeline. The reductions, the PEG was $18 million over 5 years. We came up with 15. OMB snagged another 3. You know, we have what we have. We need the help of the council. We need you to advocate to help us as well. But we will continue to do the important work we do with the resources that we have, but with emphasis on filling the vacancies that are currently there. Again, I tell the team here, we can't get there from here without the resources, and we're going to aggressively work with our partners at OMB. We need OMB support. They know that we have positions that are not competitive in the job market. They know they have the full list of all the positions we're trying to fill, and we need them to step up and work with us. And I look forward. I'm meeting with the budget director, I think, in the next week or so to press that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And as a former admin staffer, I'm familiar with the woes of how long it can take to fill positions. So I hope that meeting goes well. And just overall, I mean, budgets are a reflection of priorities, right? And right now we are not, the city council, the advocacy community, the public at large, we are not seeing housing as a priority for this administration. And so reflected in the forthcoming plan, reflected in the ultimate budget here in terms of positions filled and things like that, we need to see more resources for HPD. So we will be fighting for that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So next question is a related one, and it's with respect to the housing lottery. So could you share how long on average it takes for a affordable housing lottery unit to be tenanted? And could you or the team share what that might be in terms of different AMI bands? So the deepest affordability, middle affordability, and 130 AMIs.
I appreciate the question, and I'm gonna have Margie Brown address the question, but before she does, let me just put some context into it in terms of how we're approaching it as a new administration. There is a recognition that this thing is broken. People have been working hard, and it's not to diminish anything that anybody has done in the past, but we do have lots of units out there that sit vacant for a number of reasons, including some very legitimate reasons about process and bureaucracy and forms. But what you're going to hear us emphasizing, you'll hear Chief Housing Officer Katz talk about this, as well as myself, which is we need to put the people over the process. And that's why I included those words in my prepared testimony. People over process, people over bureaucracy. When a single mom with 2 kids is trying to get housing, and she has to prove again and again that she's poor when she's already been in the hands of the city and maybe has been the victim of domestic violence, and it's just trying to get somewhere safe. And then she has 2 children, and we tell her, oh no, you don't qualify for a 2-bedroom. You have to take a 2-bedroom. That's enough space for you and your 2 children. There's something broken in that relationship and in that logic. So I wanted to just take the posture of recognizing that we have to deal with this. And then let Margie talk a little bit about process and numbers. Margie?
Hi, thank you for the question. So in the affordable housing lottery, there currently, how units are filled is, not unit by unit, but a whole lottery of people in process at once. And so while there is a lot of variation in time, some of the things we know are about 50% of units are filled within about 4 months after TCO. And as you pointed out, there's variation among income bands in that, certainly because of the very high demand for the lowest income units. Lower income units do tend to be filled faster than higher income units. In certain cases where higher income units are having more difficulty getting filled, we also have requirements that those ultimately end up being filled by a homeless household. So as the commissioner said, we are doing a lot to make sure, number one, that units get filled. Number two, that units that are lingering end up benefiting the lowest income, most vulnerable households. And overall, we've shaved about 6 months off the total time to get people into housing. But we plan to work with this administration to move that even faster.
Thanks, Margie.
Okay, thank you, and good to see you again, Margie. So just a quick follow-up on that. How often do we have a percentage, any metric to indicate how often these higher income band units are being filled by homeless households?
I don't have that data right off the top of my head, but certainly we can provide it to you.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to that because I think it's a critical indicator of, what are we subsidizing? Should we be subsidizing these highest income bands? And what, as we pivot toward the future housing plan, how do we think about that? Okay, so thank you so much, Margie. So Commissioner, moving to affordable housing, just this construction, you mentioned some of these numbers in your testimony, but how many affordable homes did the city finance in 2021? And is the agency on track for financing its 2022 targets?
Okay. As I said in my prepared remarks, close to 25,000 units, 24,812 affordable homes. And of those, almost 2,800 were for seniors, and a little over 2,100 were for formerly homeless and households that need supportive services. In the first half of fiscal year 22, we financed almost 8,300 units. So you're talking about from July 1 through the end of 2021. It's been a lower start than some prior fiscal years. But what we did was we closed a similar number of multifamily projects as in the pre-pandemic period from July to December of 2019. What it turns out, the quirk in this is that we financed a lot more smaller unit projects or smaller neighborhood projects. But that doesn't mean we can't and will not ramp up our production as we have in years past. The goal is always, of course, we think that at optimal performance, we could do 30,000 new units a year. And that's something that, I've been looking at and talking to the team about it. Maybe our Deputy Commissioner for Development, Liz Oakley, could put some color on this.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair, for the question. I would just say we're so proud of the production that the team put forth last year, and we are in a period of rebuilding right now. And so we think with your support and the support of budget for our staffing that we'll be able to ramp up once again.
Great. I like that. 30K, let's go. Let's do it. 30,000.
Yes, yes. I think the key, look, to be entirely frank, the key is we need more people in development. I'm not going to shy away from that. It is what it is. We need more folks. I mean, we need to fill. There's process issues in the agency and in the city. And as I said earlier, one of the things that we have to discuss and be honest about is that we're competing. We're trying to attract young professionals to come into city service. And when we show them the salary number, they walk. Or we train them, we build up their skills, and they walk. They get opportunities out there. So that's one thing. Let me just throw this out here, and I know I'm giving my team a little agita with this, but that's okay. One of the things we need to do is we need to create a stream of young Black and brown and women professionals coming into this high-level affordable housing industry production universe. And you'll see when you look at the demographics of our agency that, the lion's share of our workforce is minority, is Black and brown. But when you go up to upper echelons of management, the demographics flip, right? And we're still majority minority, but it's skewed. So I was talking to Rich Johns, our Associate Commissioner for Finance, about this, and Liz Oakley and some others, that we're interested in partnering with City University of New York and with State University of New York, where the lion's share of Black and brown students are, and immigrant students. And, Baruch has a great real estate finance program. There's some of the other schools. I mean, we talk about it in the construction industry and the building industry, City College, School of Architecture and Engineering. So, I'm interested in that, something that we will talk about as time passes with the City Council.
Thank you, Commissioner. Certainly look forward to partnering on that. The field of urban planning in general suffers the same.
Yes.
Same trends. So moving to talking about those frontline staffers and thinking about the inspectors at Hpd and those who are working nights, weekends, and everything in between. Shout out to Deputy Commissioner Anne Marie Santiago for always being on and always being so responsive. Just want to appreciate the work that you all do. I note in the PMMR that emergency complaints rose 33% in fiscal 22. And inspections and violations also rose, but the rate of closure, or rather the amount of time that it takes to close complaints is not going as well. So yes, we've improved from 13 days just about to 12 days this year. But do you think that a target of 12 days is a reasonable amount of time to have an emergency complaint addressed?
So let me first thank the enforcement team, including inspectors and the emergency repair staff, who didn't have the option of stopping during COVID. So when everybody else was shutting down, going home, getting behind their cameras and screens, Zooming, teaming, and all that other stuff, these folks would put on their mask, put on their blue uniform. I see them marching in and out of 100 Gold Street. I make every effort, council members, to say hello and to say thank you to them, because they're our frontline people. They're the people that when we come a knocking on a door, you're going to see one of them. They never stopped. So I take my hat off to them. Some of us had the luxury of going home. The caseload for the current inspectors is they do about 12 stops a day. And it's a complicated process that Anne Marie will share a little bit more about. In order to capture another day in closing cases, we're going to have to fill our positions, our vacancies. And that's just the plain truth, right? I mean, there's only so much that one inspector can do on any given day. We're getting a lot out of them. So let me just say that and then pass it to Deputy Commissioner Santiago.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. As the Commissioner said, bringing on more staff will definitely help us to bring those numbers down. We are making every effort to get out to every emergency complaint as quickly as possible. For those of you who know a little bit about our process, you know, some inspectors can do 20 inspections in a day, but when we do lead inspections, those inspections take quite some time. And so, you know, we're stuck with 3 or 4 inspections because it is a process to go through every room and test every surface that's peeling. So we have made some improvements over time to keep that number at least where it is. We've rolled out a new real-time field force inspection module, which allows the inspector to capture their inspection results in the field and have those approved right away. So we are making what changes we can, but certainly bringing on additional staff and continuing our recruitment efforts and continuing to train our staff will help us bring that number down. And our goal will be to bring that number down. So we continue to make every effort, and of course, love to work with the council on things such as that.
And in terms of hiring inspectors, I mean, where, Anne Marie, where can people apply that? And I think this is something that we need to push out at every opportunity. You know, it takes a while for them to get on, but we want folks from the neighborhood.
Right. And there will be, you know, where we have another housing inspector exam coming up in April. And we absolutely encourage everyone with some construction experience, that's going to be the minimum requirement, to go ahead and apply. And we're happy to send the information to you all about where to apply, what's the date of the test, what the requirements are. You know, we have inspectors who speak every language and come from every background. And so, you know, we want to encourage everyone to apply.
Thank you so much. And we asked this question of DOB as well with respect to inspectors, but how do their compensation levels compare? These are frontline workers, these are folks from the neighborhood, and they're, you know, we're gonna continue to recruit from the neighborhood. So how do their compensations compare to, you know, in the private sector and across other agencies? And is this something that we should be looking at?
Right. Sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
I was going to say the average pay is just short of $63,000 a year. I don't know how that compares, Anne Marie.
Yeah, I think it's comparable with Department of Buildings. It's a little less than some other agencies for work that, of course, very parochially, I would consider not as difficult, mostly because our inspectors need to not only have the technical skills that an inspector needs, but really customer service. And those types of qualities are so important because we're going into people's homes, right? And we have to make sure that our inspectors are capable of speaking to everyone professionally, courteously, understanding the different ethnic and family histories with the families that they're interacting with. And really that is an additional skill to the technical that makes it an additionally difficult job for our inspectors.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so at this time, I do want to turn it over to some of my colleagues to get their questions in. So Councilmember Barron.
Starting time.
Thank you very much. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, my brother. How are you?
For punishment, sir. You are a glutton for punishment.
I'm ready. I
see. You better put them dukes up. I have a lot of questions, so if your staff could jot down so I can go through them real quick.
Okay.
First and foremost, y'all have to reject 421A. We have to get rid of that program. It's 80% market, 20% affordability, which is not affordable. And it yields 1.7 billion, and they get all of these tax eliminated, and they don't do affordability. That needs to go. No, number one, and I'll be fighting for that on a state level too, as I've been. We need to cut out the racism in the selection of developers. It is ridiculous, Commissioner,
Yep.
that these white men get 99% of the projects. And then we start talking about minority and women-owned business enterprises for the subcontractors. We're talking about GCs, general contractors, and developers getting the contracts. And then we'll do our own subcontracting. That has to happen immediately. That's a major, major problem. And we keep talking about affordability, but we're not defining what's affordable. I was talking to Chair Salamanca about that and how years ago, 60% of the AMI was affordable. Now it isn't. So if the AMI for a family of 3 is 104, 107,000, and you do 80% of that, you're talking $80,000. And if you look at my neighborhood AMI, it's 36,000. Harlem, gentrified. Crown Heights, gentrified. Bed-Stuy, gentrified because of the AMI. Y'all have to stop that. And we have to define affordability and not just play lip service to it. More land should go to the community land trust. What percentage of the land goes to community land trust? At one time, developers used to get it for $1. Now they get it dirt cheap and they get tax breaks and they don't do real affordability. Give it to our land trust. The third-party transfer program. I remember when you transferred it to a not-for-profit, if you were a community-based organization, and you got it back. Now you don't. When did that law change? I want to thank Anna Marie Hendrickson for the work you're doing with us at 721 Van Sicklen. We appreciate that. But we are concerned about the third-party transfer program because that is going to developers. Whether they're not-for-profit or not, they're not us most of the time. So we need to get that back. And then in terms of dealing with affordable housing and the homeless situation, come on now. I remember de Blasio sitting down with me saying he wanted to do 300,000 units of housing. And I said, well, Mayor, if you do 30% of that for the homeless, we got 90,000 units in 10 years. But if we do 5 and 10% and say we got 25,000 units of housing, that looks like a lot, or 2,100 for the homeless. That pales into comparison for what needs to be done. Make it real, Commissioner. You know how to make it real. I've been with you out there on issues. Don't just give us the numbers. And when you say 25,000 units and you don't talk about how all the units that were developed, I mean, that number looks large by itself, but when you include it in what is all developing, it's a problem. The lottery process needs to be investigated. That stuff ain't working. You know, you can talk that stuff all you want. It's not working. There's in some of our neighborhoods, we just can't get that right. So I'm really hoping that that can be looked into. And if we can increase the number of home ownership, because you're right about that. If we are going to have any kind of financial wealth, it's through home ownership, not rentals.
Yes, sir.
And I'm dealing with the Department of Finance on how they're assessing property in our communities. Some of our homes are assessed at 800, 900,000, and then the tax for that is higher than in some of the white communities where the homes are $1 million. How are we paying higher taxes? It's through the assessment racism. We got to deal with racism. It permeates every institution, and this is no exception. Welcome aboard, Commissioner.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you. I always know that it's going to be fun working with you because you go right to the heart of the issues, and you're a real fighter, and I respect that. So let me go back through the list of issues that you raised. You covered every issue, by the way. So 421A needs to go, you said. Look, the governor has put a proposal out there. We know it expires now in June. We need to come up with a better tool. We need deeper affordability. We need longer life of that affordability. The mayor has stated very clearly that he agrees with the governor's initial gesture it needs work. And this is where the back and forth happens with the legislature as we either reform it significantly so that we can ensure that we achieve the goals that we've established, which is to create more affordable housing. And, you know, by the way, if you cut the monster's head off, or you cut the creature's head off, I guess the question for the larger community is, you know, what do we do? And I'm looking forward to, as we enter this debate, and by God, we have to hurry up because June is around the corner.
Right around the corner. What they could do is take their taxpayer money and put it into a not-for-profit affordable housing fund, and we don't need 421A. That fund can be used for not-for-profits like land trusts and other groups to build affordable housing.
And by the way, land trusts is something that you'll be pleased to hear. I mean, we're really focusing on community land trusts as a concept. We believe in that. You mentioned the whole minority and women-owned business enterprises. You know, look, we have programs, right? And the programs have been established to try to deal with the institutional missed opportunity, racism, classism, gender discrimination that historically permeates the real estate industry, the banking industry, and like you said, our larger society. So we need to do a lot more. On the development side, we've worked to build capacity so that MWBEs can compete against non-MWBEs. And we can run through this list, but I don't want to steal your time. Developer capacity building training so that, like you said, the Black and brown business people who are trying to be developers can become full-fledged developers.
Just one, Madam Chair, just one last thing, and I'll stop, I promise.
You go right ahead.
Commissioner, we already have capacity. That's a racist block, capacity, so we got to go into some training program. We had a program in HPD where a Black woman, Erica Keller, had capacity to build, but they told her no, she had to get a white male developer to partner with her. She had capacity. The problem is racism, Commissioner. It is not we lack capacity. We have developers, Black, Latino.
Mm-hmm.
We have developers, Latina also, developers that have the capacity to build. They can't get the contract from HPD. They don't need training. They don't need apprenticeship, and all that is good. But I'm talking about people who have it and are not getting the contracts because they're giving it to white men predominantly.
And as we said at the beginning, there is a structural, insidious history of this. The general statement that I will make outside of the programs that we're involved in terms of those who need capacity building, getting the capacity, those who need an opportunity to get into the marketing side of this industry, which is a fount of opportunity. We have this lottery process and marketing agents that didn't necessarily reflect who we are. You know, creating that fund with the new and streamlining it, the New York City Acquisition Loan Fund, so that it's specifically targeted to serve minority and women-owned business enterprises and nonprofits. And I know that we can talk about the imbalance between MWBEs and nonprofits and that, you know, that challenge. And then we do a host of training events. And it's open and there's outreach for that. And what we'd like to do is work with you all, members, to do the outreach, to find those people who are interested in getting in this industry. The affordable housing industry is a multi-billion dollar industry in New York City and across the country. And it should be a place of opportunity for everyone. You mentioned a number of other issues that I want to get to. Defining affordability, that's a whole sort of deep dive, but I think the general policy goal should be to deepen affordability, and this agency has worked on trying to deepen affordability. And maybe
What
Liz.
does that mean in
Okay,
terms
yeah.
of numbers?
No,
What does it mean?
exactly. So
Not deepen.
no,
not
listen,
get better. What does it
engineering.
mean?
Right.
Right now in our communities, 30% of the AMI is affordable.
No, I understand. And
not 60.
Right. What I'm getting at is when we say deepen affordability, it means make a larger share of the units dedicated to lower AMIs where the need is, which is part of, the whole Ella program was created with the notion that we need to.
Ella has its faults.
Oh, of course. Everything has its faults, including maybe you and me a little bit.
I don't have any. You can have. I'm perfect. No.
Can you talk about affordability a little bit, Liz or Kim, in terms of how we address that real quick? Liz Oakley, manager of the sound. Can you help us?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I muted when an ambulance went by, and appreciate the unmute. Thank you for the question. So we updated all of our major new construction program term sheets over the past couple of years to increase the percentage of units targeted at extremely low income at 30% of area median income and very low income at 50% of area median income, precisely because of this issue. To the point that Chair Sanchez raised earlier, we
when you say that, what percentage do you have at 30%?
We are trying to reach at least 50% of the overall project at 30 and 50% overall.
That doesn't happen.
So, and then in our special needs housing term sheets, we're actually, all of the units are targeting, and in our senior program term sheet, they're all targeting at or below 50% of area median income. And in special needs housing, it's 60% supportive. So those are all much lower income as well. So those are our main new construction program term sheets, the ELA, the senior, and the supportive housing term sheets that achieve much lower income targets. In preservation, we're often meeting people where they already are, but we did launch a new term sheet where we're providing Article 11 tax benefits last year that has a higher homeless set aside. So we are trying.
What percentage is that?
We have homeless set-asides at 20% in preservation and some term sheets, but in new construction, in the ELA term sheet, it goes
10%?
Up to 30%, actually. We have a 15%.
It used to be 30% of the 300,000 would get us 90,000. I'm sorry, Ms. Chair Sanchez, I'm finished. All right, go ahead, you can finish.
Okay, but I think we appreciate your feedback because we are at an inflection point where folks are thinking about the next housing plan.
Right.
But we did, over the course of the last 8 years, steadily increase the percentage of units that we were producing at extremely low and very low income rents and the homeless set aside units, which, as the commissioner noted, that's how we were able to produce the highest percentage of homeless and extremely low income and very low income last calendar year. So we've been building on that. And to the chair's comment before, we also stopped providing capital subsidy in our term sheets for units above 120% of area median income. So we're
now, only, you have capital subsidies, but capital money and also subsidy money. You have two pots, right?
Right. We have the capital money and then the expense funds that we put towards our tax benefits.
Right. And these rich developers are taking advantage of that and giving us meager affordability. And that y'all have to stop them. You have to stop them. So I'm finished. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Barron. Okay, I just want to give time to our other colleagues that have questions. But Councilmember Barron, you couldn't see me because my hands are not in the shot, but I was just, very much agreeing with you on so many of these points. Absolutely. And in addition, with rejecting 421A as it stands, we also need to look into labor standards there, right? So that the people who are building can also afford these units. So Councilmember Salamanca, you're next.
Yes. How are you? Can you hear me?
Voting time.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. How are you, Chair? First, I want to congratulate Commissioner Carrion on your appointment. I'm just excited to know that I have a real partner in HPD there.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so with that, I'm going to throw some hot questions at you. In terms of one of the biggest concerns that I have, and I know that my colleagues has touched on this, but I need to speak on this, is the issue with the closing of projects. I have various concerns. I've been in office for about 6 years now. I have projects that I did a ULERP back in 2017, 2018, and these projects have not closed. And so there's a few concerns that are happening. Number one, the developer are paying the overhead. Some of these developers don't really have deep pockets, and so they can no longer afford the overhead, and they're selling their property over to another developer. And it's my understanding when that happens, the agreement that has been made between the community and that original developer now is up to the owner if he wants to comply with what was agreed to. That's the first thing. Second thing is, when HPD finally closes, let's say that they close on a project in 2017, that was approved in 2017, and they close now, let's say in 2022, they're going to close with the AMIs of 2022, not the AMIs of 2017 that we originally agreed to. And so I was wondering if you can explain why we're having such a tough time closing our projects. Now, the excuse of, well, we don't have any more project managers. Yes, that's happening now because there's a turnover. But there were many project managers in HPD for the last 4 years, and there were issues with closing. I was wondering if you can just touch a little bit about what's actually happening and how we're going to address this.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for the softballs. Let me just say that I share your frustration. It is a frustration that is felt outside in the industry as well as inside this building at 100 Gold Street. And I've been on both sides of the equation. Now I'm here trying to solve a problem that's a real problem. And there are limits. We make no excuses. There are reasons for this. And unfortunately, most of them are related to our ability to process the projects that come through, and also to finance the number of deals that come through. And you know it well. I know that the projects in your district and many other districts around the borough and around the city where there's a backlog. Our job is to hear what the council members and the industry is saying to us, and the need that exists out there, and answering it. And it's not easy. You're right. These are hard questions. Let me turn to Liz Oakley, just in terms of process and what the limits are, what's holding us back. I will say this: we do have a severe shortage of project managers currently, as you stated. We want to address that with our partners at OMB. They know what we need. We know what we need. We just got to get it done, as they say in the street vernacular. Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Council Member, for that question. This is the tremendous challenge of our department. We did not have the kind of staffing issues when I started here in 2019 that we have now, and we still had a tremendous backlog of new construction projects. Now, based on our staffing capacity, we have a backlog in preservation as well, but those aren't the projects that I think you're talking about, where you've seen them go through ULERP and they're waiting for years to close. It's true, we need project managers across every single program area, but that is a real federal resource issue, where we're limited by federally allocated tax-exempt bond volume cap and tax credits. And that's an annual limit that we have each year. And we're one of the few states that absolutely maximizes those resources every single year. Last year to increase. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll end there.
Madam Chair, can I just get 1 more minute, please, if possible?
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But Commissioner Oakley, I hear you loud and clear that right now your staffing capacity is extremely low and you need project managers. You stated you've been there since 2019. So you've been there for about 2 years now. I know that Commissioner Carrion just got here. He's going to try to solve this problem, but did it not raise a red flag for HPD that we are in the council approving projects? We are in the community approving projects with community boards, saying we are approving a project for this year with this AMI, which definitely equals to a certain rent level. That's what we're approving. That's what we're telling the community. And HPD is sitting with us while we're negotiating this, not raising a red flag to us, telling us, council member, we may not close on this project for another years from now, and that AMI that you're negotiating is not going to be the accurate AMI that we're going to close on. I mean, I feel that a red flag should have been raised. HPD should have been sounding the alarm and telling us, look out for this. That's not going to be the actual rents that are going to be charged. And I feel like we have misled our community because this agency did not inform us of what's to come in the future.
I would just say again, we are maximizing every single resource we have to close these bond and tax credit finance deals each year. And we're still closing, more than 200 transactions every year. We have, roughly 100 multifamily projects we close each year or more. We are doing as many as we possibly can, but we know there's a need to do more. And so last year we did increase the amount of capital in projects to try to do higher volume. And we succeeded in doing that on the new construction front, but we need the partnership of others to continue moving these forward. And I don't know if Ahmed wanted to say any more on the engagement front in the ULURP process, but that's what I can say from the finance side.
Sure, I can try to speak to that. So thank you, council member, for the question. If there, I think the quickest way to answer this is if there is a way that we need to be better at communicating both the timeline and the reality of where HPD is, plus the limitations because of the federal allocation and other process issues, then we will quickly revise how we talk and how we work with you in the community. We at no point ever want to be in a position where people are feeling like we are not laying out all the facts. So that's something that we will augment and correct very quickly.
And just to close this out, I'll say, council member, the problem is real. The challenge is big. We do have federal partners in this deal. The state obviously as well. So I'm very, very, very open to deep diving into this. And I've told this to the team here at HPD. Let's do a deep dive about process. Let's figure out if there's a better way that we can do this. So we look forward to working with you on that.
All right. I really appreciate it. I know my time is up. I would, Commissioner, I would like to have another conversation about Article 11s, especially those Article 11s in which HDC is involved and they've done the underwriting. And we're waiting for your agency, HPD, to close on it. But they're making those projects wait because there's no project managers. And I just feel that these types of projects, if the work has been done and HPD just needs to do a quick approval, there should be a way that we can streamline these applications and moving forward so we don't sit on them. With that, I want to thank you, Commissioner, and congratulations again on your appointment.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you, council member. Commissioner, a follow-up question. Given the importance of adding headcount, as the entire recent conversation just showed with council member Salamanca, have you actually asked OMB to reverse the headcount peg in the executive budget?
Rich, can you help me in that regard?
Yeah, of course. We actually, as a city, we have not started our executive budget. So the submission for that with OMB will be, I guess it's at the end of this week. And, that is something I think we would explore with OMB in addition to asking them for other resources that we, will need in the upcoming year.
think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Great. I want to acknowledge we have been joined by Councilmember Brewer. Thanks for being on. Next question is from Councilmember Aviles.
Starting time.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez. Commissioner Carrion, welcome, and it's good to meet you in this forum. I am representing District 38, Sunset Park Red Hook, and since 2014, our community has approved 51, we've had 51 projects built in our neighborhood, particularly in Sunset Park. Of all those 51 projects, what has materialized is 80 affordable units. And I use the big affordable, not the actual affordability rate that our community needs. We have over 30% of our residents are severely rent burdened. So we have a dire crisis of market rate housing that has come to our community and severe displacement that is going on in an undocumented community also with overcrowded housing conditions. So our district, it really is under some crisis. So I'd like to know how HPD is going to continue to build us the low-income housing that we actually need in our district and not more market rate. I can't understand. We need to get rid of 421A. I agree with my colleagues, and we would like home ownership opportunities and land trust. We'd like to reclaim the buildings from the slumlords who continue to abuse our residents and use their immigration status as a way to keep them quiet while they make money hand over foot. So I guess it was a little bit more of a comment, but underscoring the crisis that we are facing in our community and the fact that the 80-20 is not doing it. We cannot, 17 units, 10 units a year is not gonna support what we need.
So, Council Member, thank you for those comments, and I think the points you make are sort of the construction of a challenge, if you will, or a question. And I think there are a number of tools in our arsenal. Let me say parenthetically that preservation is probably our biggest sledgehammer, our biggest tool. You know, when you look at the universe of work that we do and you hear public officials and agency people talk about 200,000 units, you know, 70% of that is preservation, just about. I'm ballparking it. So there's about a 70-30 split. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, feel free. So that's a big tool. And then the question is, right, what is the housing stock in your district? We need to help you look at it. We need to work with you. You heard from Ahmed Tigani, who works with our planning effort and all our neighborhood-based people. There's the blunt instrument of enforcement, and we can work with you on that as well. I think when you mentioned the 51 projects and only 80 affordable units, are those projects 421A projects that you're referring to? Were they, you know, HPD financed? That whole question, we can explore that with you. And that's one of the things that I wanted to say, Chair Sanchez, to everybody on this committee, and really to the full complement of the 51 council members. Our job is to work with you to develop your area of the city that you represent. Every area is different. I know you have a new member from Staten Island. You have a new member from the shores of Brooklyn facing Staten Island. We have members from different types of Bronx neighborhoods, Brooklyn neighborhoods. We have members, you know, all over, represent every demographic. And so, you know, one of the biggest challenges is the immigrant communities and the non-English speakers and the folks who get abused in the system. And we can work very closely with you on addressing those needs. So we look forward to taking all the tools in our toolbox and working with you in your district.
I think Councilmember Aviles is being asked, she's asking to unmute.
Thank you so much, Chair Sanchez, and thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to ask one other question. I'm honored to serve as the chair of the Public Housing Committee, and in looking at some of the budget documents, we noticed that 2/3 of the total pegs at HPD is a pass-through. Reductions in NYCHA's city support for fiscal 22. It looks like with 31.2 million in underspending for the vacant unit readiness program. Can you tell me what that program does?
Sure. Who can help me with that vacant unit? Thanks, Rich.
Yeah, sorry. So we function. First, thank you for that question, and we know that the function that HPD plays can sometimes be confusing. But we function as a fiscal conduit, but we are not in any way involved in the pegs or the new needs or any of the financial transactions that happen between the city and NYCHA. So unfortunately, we're not provided that information, and the agreement and the decision on pegs happen directly between NYCHA and the Office of Management and Budget. So we can happily pass that information off to the Office of Management and Budget and NYCHA to get you more information on that, but that was not something that we would have available.
Thank you for the clarification, and certainly I would be remiss if I didn't say, I think one of the things we would like to see is how other city agencies, we can use their enforcement and additional tools to support NYCHA residents, because we have seen that, we've seen families living through violations and NYCHA not being able to keep up. And how do we use the HPD arm to make sure we are doing right by our NYCHA residents who, of course, NYCHA has been the worst landlords list for I don't know how long. It is absurd that we have 500,000 outstanding work orders. So we have to bring, from my perspective, other agencies to bear to really support our New York City NYCHA residents. So I'd love to talk more about that in the future. Thank you for the extra time, Chair Sanchez.
No problem. Thank you, Councilmember Aviles. Councilmember Hudson.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner, it's good to meet you.
Good to meet you as well.
Ahmed, hello. And thanks, Chair, for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. I've heard reports from tenant organizers and attorneys that HPD tends to settle claims against landlords for persistent Class C violations, resulting in a significantly lower fine than what could be sought based on the violations. So a few questions based on that. Why does HPD choose to settle claims rather than seek the full amount owed? Are there instances in which HPD litigates rather than settles? What needs to happen for HPD to begin seeking the full fines in all cases rather than settle? And are there any instances in which this money goes back to the tenants who have been harmed by these Class C violations, or does it all go to HPD and the city?
Well, thanks for the question. I'm going to have Anne-Marie Santiago. Did that fall in your basket, Anne-Marie?
It does. Good afternoon, Council Member. So when we go into court, our initial position is for the penalties that we can get under the law. Generally, what we are looking for, though, and I'm sure what the tenants are looking for as well, is correction of the condition. This is the primary goal of our litigation. When we do have recalcitrant landlords, and there are some where we get full penalties, those cases are because both it has been a long-term issue with the landlords and that we have litigated. So for our anti-harassment unit, for example, we recently had a settlement of, I think it was over $300,000 with one landlord on several buildings where there was a pattern clearly of neglect with those properties. Going to court through full litigation generally means that the tenants will not see correction for some time. I'm not sure how familiar you are with housing court, but it can be a lengthy process if a landlord chooses to fight the litigation. So our goal is to get the correction periods as quickly as possible to have the landlord correct. We go back and we do re-inspections to make sure that the conditions were corrected. Should they not be, although we get a civil penalty at that first settlement, we do seek higher civil penalties if we have to go back for contempt. So that is HPD's goal in the litigation process. There are cases, especially when tenants are represented by community organizations, where the tenant does get a rent abatement of some sort as part of that process. Generally speaking, the fines, the civil penalties that HPD collects are returnable to the city only, because we are acting on behalf of the city to bring those cases.
So I guess my follow-up there then would be, one, is it an HPD policy then that we could potentially change to perhaps reconsider where some of those monies go? And I think, I'm sure everyone can understand that it is low-income tenants who are the ones bearing the brunt of predatory landlords. And so, to have to live in hazardous conditions for years, which many of the residents in my district have and are doing, to receive some money and some, monetary compensation for the conditions that they've been living in when folks, can so infrequently actually afford to leave where they're currently living, I think is something worth reconsidering. And so I guess the question is that a policy then that can be reconsidered?
I don't think that that's an HPD policy. That is the collections mechanism, but certainly tenants have other opportunities and we can certainly talk about those. So there, through the state homes and community renewal, tenants can apply for rent reductions, and often HCR will grant those based on open HPD violations. There are also rent impairing violations, which again, often a tenant would need some assistance probably from a legal service provider to understand how to work that process to make sure that if there are those existing violations, that they do get some rent abatement or a payment from the landlord in terms of those conditions. Certainly open to discuss all of that with the council.
Okay, great. Would love to follow up on that. And then Chair, I see my time is running out, but I have one other question I'd like to ask if you'll permit it. Thanks. I understand that under city law, HPD is required to verify self-certifications, but only sends inspectors to verify a small percentage of self-certifications for Class C violations. HPD should be verifying that each and every self-certification for a Class C violation has been correctly addressed, especially for landlords who consistently receive Class C violations in their buildings and are on, as we've mentioned before, the Public Advocate's Worst Landlords list year after year. How many inspectors does HPD have, and does HPD have any way to prioritize which cases are audited? And how many inspectors would be needed to end the practice of self-certification?
I'll let Anne-Marie address the technical questions.
So we do, actually, we publish a report on self-certification and inspections at the request of the City Council every year. Prior to COVID, we did a fairly high percentage of Class C certification re-inspections. Once we staff up again, we expect to increase that number of Class C certification re-inspections. We do look at Class Cs primarily. As you know, we have Class A and B violations as well, and we do a fairly high percentage of Class B re-inspections as well. For the Class C violations that are the most immediately hazardous, I'm sure you understand those cases where the owner has not responded to us at all. We do send our emergency repair staff out to conduct those repairs. Also, if an owner is found to have false certified a violation, a Class C violation that is emergency repair generating, we send the emergency repair program out to do those repairs as well. We can certainly, as we staff up, we expect to increase the percentages of both of those. If you have any questions, you can read that report, and certainly we're open to expanding the percentage of re-inspections. One of the concerns always with tying us to an 100% goal is that it doesn't leave room for other priorities that may come up over time. So while I believe the percentage that the former council member was looking for was a 15% requirement, we're certainly open to talking about that.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I understand the concerns with a 100% goal, but 10% or 15% are far off from 100%. So
lead-based paint violations are 100%. We're required to re-inspect 100% for lead-based paint. So again, if we want to look at it from the perspective of a type of violation, we can certainly, open to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you so much, Councilmember Hudson. No problem. Councilmember Brewer.
Starting time.
She needs to be unmuted.
Yeah. Trying. Am I unmuted now? Let me just see.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm at the National League of Cities in Washington, D.C., which I think Commissioner Carrion knows well.
Yes.
And the mayor's here, and we're talking about all the money you can get for housing. So I just want you to know that there's lots of things to apply. You should leave no grant. I know Ahmed will not leave any grant unapplied for. That's what I've been speaking at workshops all day long. I have 3 questions, and Madam Chair, I'm apologizing because I didn't hear earlier, but I know that the commissioner talked about preservation, and I know that that's how at least de Blasio counted every damn one of his units, but we need new housing. So I have 3 questions. What is the status, and maybe you talked about this, of the hotel conversion? Because Carlina Rivera has a bill that I hope you support, that unless we pass this bill, we're not going to be able to convert. I assume you know about that, this issue of you can't be stabilized, hotel to stabilization. That's a problem. So I want to get that bill passed, and I want to know what kind of effort you're going to put into converting. There are SROs and hotels that could be converted immediately. And in fact, until this stupid law department came up with, we're not doing it, we were ready to go with Project Return and Breaking Ground, number 1. Number 2, Mitchell-Lama housing. What is the new program for Mitchell-Lama? We need to do something. That, of course, is the most successful housing program in the city of New York. So I'm trying to think a little bit outside the box, because I know that there's daily concerns, but we have to have a bigger picture. And then number 3, at least in Manhattan, I mean, I supported MIH, but I don't understand, when you're in Manhattan, these developers love to come, they love to do MIH, but that's it. They won't do 1 inch more. So the question is, can't we use some of the vouchers to increase the number of affordable units in these MIHs? Because you have the good schools, you have the transportation, you need the diversity, and yet we're always told we got to send the vouchers to the Bronx or some other place. I also want to thank Julie Wolpert for all the work she does on the Mitchell-Lamas, but we need more. So those are my 3 quick questions.
Okay, council member, always nice to see you, and you're a tireless advocate. I see you at the National League of Cities. That's wonderful. Thank you. Ask them for shopping bags of funds for us so that we can charge.
I'm doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. In terms of the hotel conversions idea, I will tell you this. I'll put it in the context of, it is our mission to find opportunities to create new affordable housing. And if we can achieve that with hotel conversions, we're all for it. The challenge, of course, is how we do that. And we're interested and excited about the opportunity to talk about that. I think it's going to have to be an interagency effort, obviously, with the Department of Buildings, City Planning, some of the other agencies, the environmental protection. And there are barriers that we're going to have to address, but conceptually and in terms of an objective, we're on board. The question is the how to. And so we look forward to engaging in that discussion. In terms of Mitchell-Lama, let me first say that Mitchell-Lama is and has been historically one of the great opportunities for people to enter the middle class. And as we said earlier, we addressed the issue of home ownership in some cases, owning their own co-ops. It's a great opportunity. It falls into the basket of preservation, obviously, and ensuring that we capture them before they leave us or before they try to leave us, and refinance those deals so that we keep that affordable homeownership opportunity in New York.
I know. I'm talking about new ones. I'm talking about new ones, though. No.
And we'll
I
talk
want
about,
new Mitchell. I want new Mitchell. I can do I can do the financing for the preservation. I want new ones.
I hear you, Council Member. I'm gonna let Anne Marie Hendrickson take a poke at that, and I know that also Kim Darga.
Okay, so good afternoon, Council Member, and thanks for that question. Good. First of all, appropriate shout out to Julie Walpert, who actually works for me and handles all the Mitchell-Lama issues. But to your point about new Mitchell-Lamas, we've been exploring this. We've been exploring how to maybe look at some of the vacant land, the ancillary land that's next to a Mitchell-Lama, to see if that could be new construction. So that's something that we have been looking at. We have a couple of sites, and we can get back to you with some more information. Ahmed has been working on that with the team. So we definitely agree with you that we should talk about building new, and whether it's in the exact framework of Mitchell-Lama, which is a bit of an antiquated program.
Yeah, no, you could Mitchell-Lama Light, the Mitchell-Lama Light.
Mitchell-Lama Light, your point is valid, and that's something we are definitely looking to explore. So we can talk to you more about whether we have potential sites we can look at in terms of adding new opportunities.
Okay, just so you know, all of Ward's Island is available.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I have to give Cuomo credit. He doesn't get credit for much, but he did talk about it also. We need to take Ward's Island, it's state and city, and do a massive Mitchell-Lama program there.
As an urban planner, I'm not speaking as commissioner. As an urban planner, I like that idea.
Good, let's do it.
And then the last thing was the
vouchers,
mandatory inclusionary housing.
Yes.
Who could handle that question about using
Section 8 vouchers?
Yeah, Section 8 vouchers in those high opportunity neighborhoods.
Yeah, to supplement the MIH.
I think I can start the question, and then folks from development can jump in. So thank you again, Council Member. You know, generally, the Section 8 program, HPD, 5th largest program in the country. You know, we just don't have enough housing vouchers to meet what the city needs. But between us and NYCHA, while we are the biggest programs, we are always trying to make sure every voucher is in someone's hands and is immediately used. From HPD's perspective, we definitely use our vouchers specifically to make sure that we make more programs affordable to the most vulnerable populations. We're already meeting that in great regards. We are trying to push the envelope. We did that. We're moving the envelope even further with the recent allotment through the Emergency Housing Voucher Program, the additional 22,050 vouchers, working in collaboration with 10 other agencies to find and target and make sure those vulnerable populations get the vouchers is a key project and initiative for us. And just recently hearing that there will be additional potential money for more vouchers coming out of the federal government is exciting news for us. And we hope very much that the Secretary decides to allocate as much as New York is able to get. And so we hope to use those vouchers to drive down affordability in projects. As far as what projects, we try to make sure that wherever we're using it, it's maximizing the total. So combining both the development finance tools with the vouchers, and together bringing the most vouchers available. And just because you had laid out this specific point, I want to highlight that it is the agency's goal to focus on high opportunity neighborhoods, on areas where we can create more access. We want people to have choice. It was the goal of the Where We Live plan. It's the goal of the city's affirmative fair housing action strategy. And so we are using our vouchers in that way. In fact, in our voucher program, we have something called exception payment standards. It is set by geographies where it's specifically enticing, encouraging, pushing housing agencies to look at these areas and put vouchers in the hands of tenants to be able to access those areas. We hope to do more of that, and we hope to get more vouchers so that we can increase our opportunity to do more of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll argue with him later. Thank you.
I know you will. I know you will. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Councilmember Brewer, and thank you so much, HPD. So I do not see any other council member hands. I just want to check in with committee council. Am I missing anyone?
Nope, I think that was everyone.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, then with that, HPD, I just want to thank you so much. But just to reiterate a few points. One, we want to see greater investment in the affordable housing plan for this administration in time for the executive budget. The commitment was 4 billion, and we're looking forward to that. Included in that is one thing that we didn't talk too much about during our exchanges thus far, but we did start to just now with Councilmember Brewer, and it is just the need to keep people in their homes however we can. Vouchers are going to be critical, right? So yes, let's get everything that we can from federal government, from the state government. But if we do not see the levels of investments that we need to keep people in their homes, we do need to figure out how to stabilize more folks with city funds in their homes. You know, we know that the number one driver collectively of folks in our homeless shelters or families in our homeless shelters is eviction, is being displaced from their homes. So if we can stabilize more families, that's going to be very important. But hopefully, hoping to see 4 billion in the executive budget, a new construction, money for public housing, money for homelessness prevention, and addressing with programs that we know are so important, and homeownership opportunities. And among the investments in homeownership opportunities, like expanding funds for Open Door, we also, want to work collaboratively with the administration on efforts to, keep equity where it exists, right? So reforming or ending the lien sale, right? Reforming the TPT program, which I know that you all worked so hard on at the end of the last administration. We want to be partners with you on that. So thank you so much for your time. And with that, we're going to move to public testimony.
Thank you. It was my pleasure, Commissioner. City Council member and members of the committee, and look forward to working with you and with all the people that are teed up to testify. That I know they're anxious to chime in about this important issue and dealing with the affordability crisis in New York City. Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, with that, I was going to give us a 2-minute break, if that's okay. Let's make it 3 minutes. Let's resume at 1:10, just in case any of my colleagues need to take breaks, like I do. And we'll be right back. All right, 110. Thank you so much. So Audrey, I'm gonna turn it to you to let us know who is first up for the public testimony.
Chair Sanchez, just bear with us for a moment.
Sure, no problem. And while we wait to get started, I just want to thank everyone so much for logging in. I know many of you have been with us since the morning, so I just want to appreciate that. I wouldn't want to appreciate your advocacy.
Hi, I'm back. Apologies for the delay, and thank you, Chair.
No problem.
So at this time, we're ready to move to testimony from the public. I will be calling names one by one, although periodically I will call on a rolling basis. So please listen carefully for when your name is called. When it is your turn to speak, you will be prompted to unmute. Please accept the prompt and begin. In the interest of time, each member of the public will have 2 minutes to give your testimony. And as a reminder, the council does continue to accept written testimony, which can be of any length, for up to 72 hours after the close of the hearing. And that can be submitted to testimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, we will first hear from Johanna Kletter, followed by Danielle Manley, Visna Vuchika, and Salim Drame.
Time starts now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Johanna Kletter. I'm the acting CEO of Catholic Homes New York. Catholic Homes develops affordable housing for families and seniors throughout the Archdiocese of New York by creating new affordable housing and preserving existing units. Since the 70s, the church has developed over 2,700 units of low-income housing for families, including 483 units for seniors and 108 units of supportive housing. An additional 186 units are currently under construction, half which will be supportive. Catholic Homes shares a mission-based commitment of the Archdiocese to provide for the most vulnerable and work to provide 100% affordable housing in all our projects. Together with a pipeline of 2,100 units in the next 4 years, we will partner with Catholic charities and affiliate service providers to create housing for low-income families and special needs populations. These housing efforts are part of a rich history of work to meet the needs of the poor, act on the belief that having home is a sacred human right, and to affirm the right of people to live in dignity. While the need for affordable housing, as you all know, long preceded COVID-19 pandemic, the resulting economic fallout and environmental crises such as the Hurricane Ida, these events have shaped our work and highlight the need for policy changes. We see the city and Hpd could help us and assist our work in a few ways. Cohesive city and state programs. Catholic Home is very encouraged by the state's 5-year housing plan. We would love to see the city mirror that state's plan and pair its programs better with the state, allowing projects to use both city and state funding and not be faced with an increased or competing requirements, such as the percentage of homeless units in supportive housing. a social service funding line. There is a need to consistently provide help and guidance to our families and individuals to keep them in their homes. In order to serve our residents, our projects need steady funding for social service programs.
Time expired.
I just have two more points. Updated term sheet with all the new local law requirements, insurance, broadband access, green roofs, clean energy. It's really squeezing our project budgets, and we would love to see program term sheets to allow for more funding to finance them. And lastly, Catholic Homes is committed to 100% affordable projects, and we would hope that HPD would consider allowing nonprofit producers of 100% affordable, given priority on their developments. I'm happy to hear the acquisition fund will give priority, and I'll also echo Councilmember Salamanca's earlier comments that we need more volume cap to get our projects over the finish line. On behalf of Catholic Homes and Catholic Charities, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your support in our work.
Thank you so much, Ms. Joanna.
Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Danielle Manley, followed by Visna Uchika.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Danielle Manley, and I'm the policy manager at Urban Green Council, an environmental nonprofit working to reduce the carbon footprint of New York City's buildings. I'm speaking today to stress the importance of robust funding for the implementation of New York City's groundbreaking building emissions law, Local Law 97, in the upcoming fiscal year budget. As you may know, buildings contribute 2/3 of the city's total greenhouse gas emissions. Local Law 97 is the centerpiece of the city's climate strategy for large buildings, and it's crucial to delivering New York City's low carbon future. If it's successfully implemented, the law will not only drive carbon reductions in up to 50,000 of New York City's biggest buildings, it's also going to bring important co-benefits like green jobs, lower pollution, and greater health and comfort for New Yorkers across the city. As you discussed this morning, the Department of Buildings Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance was created to oversee the law's implementation and monitor compliance. The current staff at OBEEP, it's the acronym for the office, has been hard at work successfully in facilitating a large advisory board process that's going to shape many of the law's technical details. The office's responsibilities are significantly ramping up with the first compliance period just 2 years away. And at that time, thousands of building owners are going to be responsible for compliance, and they'll be looking for resources and coordination from that office. In the meantime, the office's staff has to finish conducting analyses required by the law, complete the rulemaking process, deliver outreach and education, and prepare substantial review and enforcement efforts. Local Law 97 is launching a market transformation across the city, and successful implementation of this law is no small task. It's vital that the Office of Building Energy and Emissions Performance at the DOB be allocated more staff and resources in this year's budget to meet their charge and to ensure a smooth and successful rollout of the law. We and many other organizations stressed this importance of funding in last year's budget cycle, and we know that a variety of groups from diverse political backgrounds continue to emphasize this need. The small sums that are required, just one last point, the small sums that are required to provide full staffing and sufficient resources are going to repay many times over by driving successful compliance for buildings, job creation, and economic development, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from New York City's buildings. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Visna Vuchika, followed by Celine Drame and Kevin Jones. Apologies, and then followed by Ignacio Bora Gilorda.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Vishnya Vuitz. I'm a staff attorney at Take Root Justice as part of the Equitable Neighborhoods practice area. We are a law firm, a legal services provider that really focuses on a community lawyering model. And today I'm here to testify and urge the committee and the council to support $3 million in funding for the citywide CLT initiative for the FY 2023 budget. I think many of you may be familiar already with CLTs. They're community land trusts. Community land trusts are created with the purpose of creating community-controlled, permanently affordable housing and community facilities. And we have a lot of our community partners and existing and aspiring CLTs that will testify more about the specific work that these CLTs are doing. I see Deborah from the East New York CLT on the call. Looking forward to hearing your testimony. Today, I'm primarily going to focus on the work that we as a community, as a technical assistance provider for the CLT initiative do with the CLTs. So at Take Root Justice, we provide legal services for existing and aspiring CLTs. We do a lot of transactional real estate support. So one very exciting project that many of you may know about in East Harlem, the East Harlem El Barrio CLT recently took 4 buildings that languished for decades in HPD's TIL program. And we're able to take over those buildings and go through the entire development process and are now in the process of relocation. They've really, driven by the needs of their community, they've really done a lot of work to actually prioritize getting the project done and getting the folks in those homes safe and quality.
Time expired.
To live in. If I may just wrap up. The other part of the work that we do with the CLT initiative is provide technical assistance, so trainings on incorporation, on governance, to make sure that the CLTs are formed in ways that are sustainable and that are accountable to the community. This is an essential part of what CLTs are about, and it's really a big part of why CLTs are the right way to continue to do affordable housing, because community control is something that's necessary and something that we've seen play out in the success of the East Harlem El Barrio CLT. Thank you so much for your time. And again, I urge you to increase this year's funding for the CLT initiative to $3 million.
Thank you so much. Audrey, one more for this panel?
Yes, we'll now hear from Salim Drame.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Salim Drame. I'm president of the Gambia Youth Organization. As many of you know, our organization has been at the forefront of relief efforts in response to the horrific fire that took place on January 9th. I just want to say greetings to the Honorable Chair, Sanchez, and members of the House Committee, members of the Subcommittee on Capital Budgets, HPD reps, and the community at large. I want to thank y'all, for all your time, for the time to listen to our testimonies today. And but I join you all today, not only as the president of the Gambia Youth Organization, but also as a New York City resident, who has experienced firsthand the lack of safety measures in affordable housing units in the South and West Bronx. Again, on January 9th, we all witnessed a devastating fire that took, the lives of 17 of our own community members, and with the youngest victim being a 2-year-old baby. So our community is still heartbroken, and as some family members, have not still had the chance to even mourn or grieve for their loved ones. We have some folks that moved back to the 333 building, and they're facing the same issues such as lack of heat, hot water, and maintenance issues that, there's still no conversations about proper safety measures and protocols that need to be implemented. So that fire that took place on January 9th, could have certainly been prevented, and those lives could have been, saved if the city allocated, enough funding and invested in ensuring that affordable housing units in the Bronx and throughout NYC are equipped with, all the necessary safety installments such as, two-way intercom systems, fire sprinklers, heat sensors, and a resident-controlled thermostat in every single unit. So allocating building and housing funds towards these safety measures should not be up for debate. And, these safety installations should not only be, privileged based on your zip code and your income level. So I'm just trying to say, all New Yorkers, despite their income level, if I may just end off here, which neighborhoods, all New Yorkers, despite their income level and their neighborhood they live in, or their immigration status should be, afforded the same opportunity to live in a safe, habitable, and adequate housing without worrying about what will happen if a fire occurred, or whether they will get enough heat during the night. So again, I urge the committee and housing agencies to make it a priority to invest city dollars in first installing safety measures in all existing buildings in NYC, and also building more affordable housing units in the Bronx. And again, I'm sorry for, taking all that time, but thank you all for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you and continuing to work together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Drame. Thank you so much to this first panel. So a few questions, and then I'll see if my colleagues also have questions. But first and foremost, Salim Drame, I just want to thank you so much. I want to say, like, on behalf of the world in some ways, because of the immediate, swift response and the presence that you have in the community, that you have maintained in the community in response to the Twin Parks fire. It's really, there would have been a very different response without you. Okay, so I want to thank you for everything that you've done and that you continue to do on behalf of your neighbors. In terms of course, of the maintenance issues and of the code enforcement issues, I look forward to partnering with you to make sure that we're holding our agencies accountable to then hold the landlords accountable, right? Because we have laws on the books that are not being followed. And then in addition to that, there are laws that potentially we need to reconsider, which we will be doing in the New York City Council. So thank you so much, Mr. Drame. A question for Take Root Justice. So can you advise if HPD has baselined any of the funding to support community land trusts, or if they are still reliant just on the council's funding at this time?
I'm actually not an expert on the general funding for CLTs. I think you can ask the CLT members would know that better, as well as the CLT initiative coordinator. I see Danera Del Rio on here from New Economy Project. I think they're much more involved in that aspect of it. My apologies.
No, not a problem. We'll get to Mr. Del Rio, so not a problem. And a question for Urban Green Council, Ms. Manley. So you mentioned more, that it would be helpful to have more funding for the new DOB office created to help implement Local Law 97. Do you have a figure that you are aiming for in terms of the level of this investment that would be adequate? Audrey, is Ms. Manley still on the call? Not seeing.
Unfortunately, no, they appear to have left. But going forward, we can ask panelists to just stay on until the conclusion of their panel, in case you have any questions for them.
Yeah, Zoom times, it's much more. It makes more sense when you are in a physical room and you're sitting on a panel that you can't leave until the end of your panel, or that you shouldn't. Okay, and thank you so much. And so for the Archdiocese, are you still here?
No.
Not seeing them either.
Okay, all right. Well, I will keep that question to myself. And so thank you to this panel for participating. For future panels, we're doing 4 at a time, and then questions will follow. So please hang with us until the questions. Great. Audrey?
Great, thank you. We will now hear from Ignacio Wara-Gilorda, Deborah Ack, Michelle De La Uz, and Emma Troxler.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Sanchez and esteemed council members of the Committee on Housing and Buildings. My name is Ignacio Jauregui-Lorda, and I'm a project director at the Center for Court Innovation. Since its inception, the center has supported the vision embraced by council of a fair, effective, and humane justice system and building public safety through sustainable community-driven solutions. Our longstanding partnership with council over the past 25 years has helped bring this vision to life through evidence-based and racially just programming that spans the entire justice continuum, which includes expanding access to comprehensive housing supports to ensure quality and safe housing for all and preventing evictions and homelessness. We seek to build off of our past experience by partnering with the City Council to greatly expand our programming to reach more New Yorkers. Our first-hand experience operating direct service programs and conducting original research uniquely positions us to offer insights that the Council can apply as it considers the development of initiatives that respond to needs of all New Yorkers. In each instance, our aim is to provide a meaningful and proportionate response to treat all people under our care with dignity and respect, to prioritize public safety, and to produce much needed cost savings for the city. And as an anti-racist organization, to ensure the needs of marginalized New Yorkers are addressed. This year, we asked the council to continue and expand support for the center's innovative core funding. The center uses this funding to flexibly respond to the immediate needs of New Yorkers by piloting novel and effective community-based pilots to test for scalable solutions. Through this work, the center is making a deep investment in engaging individuals as far upstream as possible to limit and ideally prevent justice system involvement. An increase in investments from council would support the very issues at the heart of this committee: housing stability and security. Access to quality, sustainable, and safe housing is a crucial element to the conversation around social justice and equity. Holistic supportive services and resources integrated into the civil justice system and available to the community at large allow for families to not only remain in their homes, but to rebound and thrive in instability of facing eviction. The center's unique positioning, a community-based organization with programs across all 5.
Time expired.
If I just could conclude, we seek funding from council to support the center's proposed New York City Housing Justice Corps in launching a citywide community-based project dedicated to preventing evictions while promoting housing stability, affordability, and tenant protections for vulnerable tenants and public housing communities. This would be realized through a network of trained housing navigators and mobile pop-up events in all 5 boroughs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Deborah Ack, followed by Michelle Delauz and Emma Troxler.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Community Chair Sanchez and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Deborah Ack, and I am the Executive Secretary of the East New York CLT. East New York CLT is a not-for-profit organization made up of 25 to 30 volunteer steering committees from East New York and Brownsville to acquire land and develop truly affordable housing along with commercial and green space. East New York CLT and 19 partner organizations are part of a citywide community land trust initiative that seeks $3 million in City Council discretionary funding in FY 2023 to develop CLTs and permanently truly affordable housing, commercial, and community spaces in all 5 boroughs of New York City. CLTs are organizing in Black and Brown immigrant neighborhoods across New York City to stabilize housing, combat speculation, and ensure a just recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. We urge the committee and council to support full funding of $3 million for the citywide CLT initiative in the FY 2023 budget. East New York CLT has completed comprehensive property research and planning in our East New York catchment area and formalized developer and other strategic partnerships. We have completed over 350 surveys by residents who live near vacant lots and asked the important question: what do you want to see this land used for? And grow and build up your community. This question is never asked by the high-end developers. In addition, we have conducted in-person and virtual meetings with community residents who are fed up with the conditions of these long-standing vacant lots. Just this past Saturday, yes, in all that bad weather, we conducted a visioning session regarding a vacant lot of 15,000 square feet with 54,000 buildable square feet, which could create 74 to 83 truly affordable 2-bedrooms at 700 square feet, or a commercial buildable space of 3,000 square feet. Let's turn these lots back into the hands of our community CLTs and create truly affordable, not low income, but truly affordable homes, rental, and commercial space. Renewed FY 2023 discretionary funding will build this tremendous progress. As more groups
Thank you.
secured legal and technical assistance, launched CLT operations, sustained comprehensive organizing and community planning. Strong CLTs combined with policy making that removes land and housing from the speculative market will be key to a just recovery in Black and brown neighborhoods as mines that were hit hardest by the pandemic. Thank you for letting me go over, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
No problem. Thank you, Ms. Ack. Appreciate seeing you here. And I also just want to appreciate the great amount of work that y'all are putting into hearing from neighbors every day. So thank you. Audrey?
Yes, thank you. We will now hear from Michelle Delauz, followed by Emma Troxler.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. This is Michelle Delauz, Executive Director of the Fifth Avenue Committee. Good to see you all. Chair Sanchez, congratulations on your chairpersonship. Great to see all the new council members in their role. I'm the Executive Director of the Fifth Avenue Committee, and in fact has been around for 44 years as a nonprofit comprehensive community development corporation whose mission is to advance social, economic, and racial justice. A couple of folks, ACK is also a member of ANHD, the New York Housing Conference, and the Stabilizing NYC Coalition, and I see both Rachel and Barika here, so I'm not gonna, I know they're gonna highlight some of the things that I'm gonna touch on. So I really just wanna speak to you all about the impact of the lack of staffing at DHS and Hpd and what it means. So Fifth Avenue Committee currently has 4 100% affordable projects under construction, totaling 301 units, 159 units in Jamaica, Queens, and the remaining balance in Sunset Park and Gowanus. And what the lack of staff has meant, and we also have, by the way, another 1,700 units in our development pipeline, including preservation of our existing affordable housing. What it's meant is that seniors that are homeless or other homeless families are not getting access to housing as soon as they should. It means that families that are living doubled up or in overcrowded situations they're not people on the other end to help us process applications, whether on the lottery unit. It means that we have units that are waiting for referrals, right, from agency staff. It means that for projects where we know we need to make repairs on our own buildings, that we are not assigned a project manager for 6 months. 6 months. We're being told by Hpd, we're going to come back to us in 6 months when we can assign a project manager. Oh my God, that was 2 minutes. Okay. Well, I would also just say, please come back to me on asking questions also about emergency rent relief, because I think this is a critical item that we need to talk more about and what the city should be doing, not just waiting for the federal government as well.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thanks.
Good seeing you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Emma Troxler.
Start in time.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and other members of the New York City Council for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emma Troxler. I'm a policy associate at the Community Preservation Corporation. We're a community development financial institution focused on multifamily and affordable housing. We need to build 560,000 new units of housing in New York City by 2030 just to keep up with population growth, and we're not currently on track. CPC stands with United for Housing and asking the city to double housing capital investment to $4 billion per year, including $2.5 billion for affordable housing, rental, and homeownership opportunities, and $1.5 billion for NYCHA. In addition to capital, the city also needs staff to deploy resources and keep up with increasing preservation and production goals. Hpd currently has 334 fewer people on the payroll than allowed under the budget. The city needs to prioritize and fund the hiring and retention of housing staff to ensure the smooth implementation of programs. CPC primarily works with small building owners who face heavier burdens compared to owners of large buildings, but remain a vital part of the city's housing stock. Because of their smaller margins, small buildings have limited access to capital to address repair needs and systems replacements, including those needed to decarbonize. Small buildings across the city struggle to finance roof replacements, heating system replacements, and other important infrastructure projects. CPC supports a reimagining of the J51 tax incentive to better support small buildings making these necessary renovations and providing additional incentives to support sustainability efforts. Doing so will protect this important portion of our affordable housing stock, and including sustainability incentives will make it more feasible to meet the city's emission reduction goals. And this isn't in the written testimony, so I apologize, but just listening to the conversations earlier this morning, I wanted to highlight CPC's Access Program, which is a program CPC created to support BIPOC developers, especially emerging BIPOC developers, with financing and with free technical assistance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Chair, that's the end of this panel. If you had any questions.
Great, thank you so much. So actually, Emma, I wanna start with you. 560,000 units by 2030. If we count 2022 as a year that we're producing, we're talking about producing 70,000 new units per year. Where last year we were at 25,000 by the city of New York. So what is the blend of production that CPC sees as sort of the sources, right? Like how much is the city doing? How much is the state doing? How much is the private sector doing?
Right. We haven't had that specific conversation internally, so I would be happy to come up with specific numbers, but I do think that it's going to have to be a collaboration between, you know, all three levels that you mentioned, city, state, and private sector, because it is a really large number that can seem a little formidable, especially, you know, where we're currently at in our housing production.
And we should continue advocating for federal funds, right?
Correct.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Michelle, I want to call you Commissioner. Michelle, so for your point, you said come back to you on emergency rent relief. So what do you see as the city's role in hopefully not the absence of federal and state investment, but if there is absence of federal and state investment, what is the city's role?
I think the city needs to think about expanding its funding for emergency rent relief and going beyond what's approved by one-shot deal. I mean, one-shot deal right now, obviously tenants have to repay that money, and the extent of rent arrears is so extensive that that's just not realistic. People are not going to be able to make up for income that was lost over 12 or 15 months. And so it's in the city's best interest to really provide whether it's, its own funded voucher program, whether it's, increased funding for FEPS, whether it's own, city ERAP type program, whatever it is, it's critical. Fifth Avenue Committee right now, we have $1 million in rental arrears for our 470 tenants, right? CPC is the mortgage lender on a number of our properties. Fortunately, we are not currently in default on our mortgages, but we're close, right? And we got funding from ERAP for a number of our tenants that were behind. We still have over $250,000 in ERAP applications pending with the state, waiting for that additional federal money to come in. But even if that money comes in, it's still not enough. Like I think we need to really look at, especially for the nonprofit affordable housing owners who are housing very low income, often disabled and vulnerable folks. Like we don't want to evict people, but we're the stewards of these properties, right? And we have to make sure that they remain affordable for generations to come. It's in the city's best interest to think about rental assistance for existing affordable housing to make sure that we can get past this very, very difficult time.
Thank you so much, and I agree. We have to act, whether or not we have the help, but hopefully we will get the help, and we should continue to advocate for that. Councilmember Barron, you want to ask questions?
Yes. First of all, I wanted to highly commend my community land trust, Deborah Act, the work that you're doing. Our office has prioritized the commitment to that community land trust. You should see their plans and what they've done. It is incredible. I think it's far better than any developer that has come into our neighborhood. this is really community-based, looking at not just affordable and low housing and rental, but commercial home ownership. And they got a lot of state legislation that they want us to support them on, which we intend to do. And we even looking to get something out of our council budget to see to it that they have some of their projects taken care of. But that $3 million is really pittance compared to what's really needed. I think everybody's trying to be reasonable. You know, when you ask for money from the city and state, you try to make it, okay, let's see what we can really get. And so you wind up lowballing what you really need with the hope that you'll really get something. But we should shoot for, Chair Sanchez, more than the 3 million. That should be like the floor, and then take it up higher. Having said that, also on the state level, see, the state to me was criminal in not passing a revenue package that would match the federal money. What the state did is they relied on the federal money and copped out on the revenue package. I was in the assembly then when we were debating and fighting the budget. So because they were getting 2.6 billion for ERAP, you know, most of that was feds. And then they came up with a $3 billion revenue package when we showed that we can actually get 30 billion in revenue without hurting anybody, because it would come from the people who had more to give up. And then we cut it in half. So, okay, well, if we just do 15 billion, then we can put 5 billion in ERAP, and then, you know, the other 10 million in the treasury for other things. But they came up with $3 measly, and I say measly, $billion from the state. So don't leave out hitting the state and the state assembly and the Senate, because they can make a difference along with the city, people we could reach. You know, the feds, that's temporary money. When you raise the revenue in the state, that's every year, like the stock transfer tax. A stock transfer tax, they get about 14 to 16 billion in transferring stocks. They actually have a stock transfer tax, and they rebate it all back to Wall Street, every penny. So we were saying at least keep half of it and say, I don't even think they should get half, but at least give, you know, 50% to Wall Street and 50% to the state. We came up with, I mean, $30 billion worth of revenue that would go to those who made billions during the pandemic. There's some people, Wall Street got paid big time during the pandemic, you know, bonuses and all of that stuff. And we sitting here saying if we tax them, they're going to leave. No, they're not leaving New York. They'll never leave. And they'll give us examples of some groups that left. Yeah, and I'll give you 10 groups that came. So New York is the financial capital of the world. They're not leaving. So we really need to hit the state and the city hard. The city can transfer some of its money to these efforts on ERAP because they have a $10 billion, a $100 billion 5-year capital budget and a $98 billion expense budget. Don't tell me we can't find a reasonable amount of money in there for a rental assistance, you know, from the city. So I just don't want y'all to let the city and state off the hook seeking that federal stuff. And
thank you so much, Councilmember
Deborah,
Barron.
I'm so proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Amazing. All right, thank you so much, Councilmember Barron, and thanks to this panel. Audrey, we'll turn it back to you.
Great, thank you. We'll now move to the next panel. We'll hear from Dianira Del Rio, Gabriela Sandoval Roquena, James Lloyd, and Rachel Fee.
Starting time.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. It's wonderful to see everyone and to be, for everything that we've heard so far, it's been a really interesting and engaging hearing. My name is Dianira Del Rio. I'm with New Economy Project. We're a citywide organization that works with groups to build an economy that works for all and that advances racial justice, cooperation, ecological sustainability, and neighborhood equity in our city. We are fighting for community land trusts and non-speculative housing. We're also fighting for a public bank for New York City and for other fundamental changes in the way our financial system and economy work. where, as you heard, I'm part of a growing and robust coalition of groups that's been working to advance community land trusts across the city for more than a decade now. And that work has been given a real boost by the City Council since fiscal year 2020, when this citywide discretionary funding initiative first started that supports, we hope this year, 20 groups doing deep community education, organizing, training, and getting the technical assistance that they need to get CLTs off the ground across the city. And as you've heard from Deborah and from Vishnia and others that you will hear from today, CLTs are a model that is very flexible and designed to meet community needs, but they're filling a real gap right now, not only in the way the city approaches housing, but economic development as a whole. So with $3 million in funding this year, we appreciate your remarks, Councilmember Barron, and we would certainly welcome more than that. Deborah's colleague in East New York says we should change that M to a B. But what this funding supports specifically is the organizing and ongoing engagement of community members, community-led planning that we think is really fundamental and missing right now in the way the city is approaching affordable housing and other development. So we urge you to support the $3 million for the citywide initiative or more. And also, we're excited to talk with you all about legislation that we think you all will be advancing in order to create real pipelines so that more CLTs can get land and housing and bring it into community control in Black and Brown and immigrant and low-income neighborhoods. And that's the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act. It's creating a preference for nonprofits, if not a further restriction to public land disposition to nonprofits like CLTs that commit to permanent affordability and community governance. And also the abolition of the tax lien sale, which we were really pleased to be part of the coalition that has won that, and salute again to Deborah and the East New York crew for leading that campaign. And we're excited to work with you all again, both on to create the funding streams and the legislative tools that will direct more property to CLTs for permanent affordability and community-led development. So thanks so much for these 2 minutes, and we look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you. Audrey?
Thank you. We'll now hear from Gabriela Sandoval-Requena, followed by James Lloyd.
Start in time.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. Thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New Destiny at this hearing. My name is Gabriela Sandoval-Requena, and I am the Senior Policy Analyst of New Destiny Housing. Our mission is to end the cycle of abuse and homelessness for domestic violence survivors. We do this by developing supportive housing for DV survivors here in the city, by assisting victims who are fleeing abuse to obtain subsidies and find apartments, and by advocating for more housing resources. We house approximately 1,000 New Yorkers in our buildings, and so far we've helped 170 survivors and their families move to apartments of their own through our rapid rehousing program, Housing Link. New Destiny is also a co-convener of the Family Homelessness Coalition. We are concerned with the 3% budget cuts across city agencies, especially with Hpd, and the impact that these cuts are going to have on staffing and the department's capacity to create much needed affordable housing in our city. Hpd was subject to a hiring freeze last year, and since this was lifted, it has still struggled to fill the vacancies, leading to serious understaffing. Fewer staff has slowed down the vital pipeline of affordable housing in our city. And also, as members of United for Housing Coalition, ANHD, New Destiny calls for the city to invest $4 billion per year to fund a comprehensive affordable housing plan, including $2.5 billion for Hpd. This is something the mayor committed to during his campaign, but failed to deliver on it in his preliminary budget. We'd also like to flag at least 2 budget neutral opportunities the city has to increase housing access. First, the administration should open Hpd homeless set-aside units, and also city-funded supportive housing to domestic violence survivors and their families. These are 2 administrative modifications that would help families move out of shelter faster and reduce shelter costs. And on behalf of New Destiny, I just want to say thank you, Councilmember Sanchez, for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working together, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Impeccable timing. Thank you so much, Gabriela. Audrey?
Thank you. We'll now hear from James Lloyd, followed by Rachel Fee.
Start in time.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, other members of the Housing Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm the Director of Policy for NYCC, or the New York State Association for Affordable Housing. We're the trade association for the affordable housing industry statewide. Our 400 members are responsible for the vast majority of affordable housing built across the state every year. And NYCC is the nation's largest affordable housing trade group. So turning to the capital budget, NYCC strongly supports continued robust levels of city housing subsidy to continue the production at current levels. In fact, we're going to have to spend even more amounts of housing capital just to maintain the current rate of housing production. This is because rapidly inflating construction costs and maintenance costs means that HPD has to spend more money in subsidy per unit to get the same number of housing units at the same AMIs. Furthermore, to continue pushing for deeply affordable housing, which I know has been a major priority of the council for a long time, means you need exceptionally robust housing subsidy per unit due to the lower rents that you get. We really encourage the council to grow the HPD capital budget to keep the affordable housing pipeline flowing while achieving those deep levels of affordability that we know the council members are really looking for. However, capital funding is only one part of the story. HPD has an enormous number of vacant positions, as you've heard today from HPD staff and others. For us in particular, we're really concerned 20% of the positions in the Office of Development are unfilled. And this means that the development pipeline is actually stopped for some types of construction because entire division or office will be empty. This has resulted in postponed closings. So it's a huge issue. Obviously they had a hiring freeze during the pandemic, but also, there's just inadequate pay. And when these project managers can double their money in the private sector, it's hard for the city to compete. Also, private employers are offering work from home, other types of flexibility, which have become, just something that employers have to offer now. And so if a municipal agency remote work, they can't compete. Anyway, just to conclude, we really support the mayor's push for efficiency in government. We're developing proposals for HPD to streamline their operations. And we really want every mayoral agency that has a role in the housing pipeline to expedite approvals, to dedicate staff members to expedite approvals. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. And of course, we've submitted more information in our written testimony.
Thank you so much, James. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you. And lastly, from this panel, we'll hear from Rachel Fee.
My name is Rachel Fee. I'm Executive Director of the New York Housing Conference. Thank you to Chair Sanchez and the rest of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. New York City faces a long-standing housing crisis. Over half of households with incomes under $50,000 are severely rent burdened. Homelessness has increased under every recent mayor, with thousands of families facing mounting arrears due to the pandemic and ERAP out of funds. Many are now at risk of eviction. Low-income renters with little residual income after paying rent are also greatly impacted by rapid inflation at almost 8% last month. We need to significantly expand housing investment. United for Housing, a coalition that we lead of more than 90 organizations, has called for the city to double housing capital investment to $4 billion, with $2.5 billion annually for HPD and $1.5 billion annually for NYCC. As the Adams administration works to develop New York City's next housing plan, let's remember that housing investment can help economic recovery by creating jobs and inducing economic spending. And it is prudent investment while New York City's bond rating remains strong and interest rates remain relatively low. I also want to express concern over HPD's staffing shortages that we've heard a lot about today. This is slowing down housing development. New projects are not advancing and existing projects are stalling. For New Yorkers seeking access to affordable housing, there are also delays. It already takes on average 430 days for an affordable building to fully rent up, according to CHPC. Staff shortages will make this worse. It is also true for people experiencing homelessness. 2,500 supportive apartments are vacant, while 8,000 eligible applicants are in need and waiting, according to the network. It is both devastating to those experiencing homelessness and an insult to taxpayers when vacant units sit empty. We call for HPD to fully staff up and to be exempt from any budget cuts that will impact service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, do you have any questions for this panel?
So first of all, thank you, Rachel, for your testimony and for your advocacy through the United for Housing Coalition, including fair housing. So one criticism that I've heard a lot that you sort of started to address in your testimony is whether this is the right time to borrow, whether this is the right time for New York City to be increasing its investments in affordable housing, given the state of the market. You started to talk about this, but can you expand on why you think this is a good time for New York City to be borrowing and investing in housing?
So I think housing, our affordable housing crisis in New York is never really treated like a crisis, not the crisis it is, and not the crisis New Yorkers are really showing, how they are living and what they need. And I feel like the response we always see is just incremental. So, I mean, during this hearing, I was just thinking about, when COVID hit, we have all of these changes, like we're able to do outdoor dining, and Department of Transportation is able to work with small businesses and figure out like how to make that happen on our streets. But something like a housing crisis, we have, reams of approvals that have to happen for each project that cause very frustrating delays. So I think that this is an opportunity really to revisit the processes we have to make it more streamlined, think about how we're using staff. But certainly it is the time to invest. I think many of us were waiting for Build Back Better to come and give us that injection we need of, increasing our housing supply, shoring up NYCHA, and helping renters in need. And it really doesn't seem like that is coming. So it is the time for the city to step up. And I think all of the signs are pointing to it's right now is when it's needed. So there is certainly an economic argument to, why it makes sense. But I think all the indicators are right there of why we need it.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Deyanira from New Economy Project, do you have an answer to the question I asked earlier about whether HPD has baselined the funding for community land trusts, or whether they continue to depend on the council's initial investment?
No, this funding has not been baselined that we're requesting. So this funding that through the discretionary funding expense budget is specifically for these community-based organizations primarily, and then a few citywide organizations that do technical and other support. So that has not been baselined. So that's why we're coming to council asking, and we'd love to talk about the possibility of baselining the funding in future years. But, so far it's been very minimal funding, and groups have stretched it to go incredibly far, including during the pandemic when groups really not only continued the work, but doubled down on that work. And you're going to hear from some of those groups today. But really, like with so many nonprofits, and contract delays have been a part of that. And we're hopeful that these will start to get addressed more systematically. But, groups are on fumes right now. And so we need real strong, robust funding so that these organizations can staff themselves and continue this work. I will say on the HPD side, where they have channeled some support to community land trusts that we're aware of is through co-applying, playing a role in channeling New York State funds that were allocated for CLTs. The city had to be the official applicant, and they worked with enterprise community partners to channel some of those funds down to local CLT work in the past, but that funding doesn't exist.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank this panel for testifying today and turning it back to Audrey.
Thank you. The next panel will consist of Lyric Thompson, Patrick Boyle, Athena Bernkop, and Oksana Marinova.
I just had one quick comment for the last panel. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry, council member. I didn't
That's
see your
all
hand
right.
up, but go
That's all
ahead.
right. Baselining is usually done by the mayor. The council members, we need to put pressure on the speaker, and all of the people here need to get to the speaker when they get in their little private negotiating session with each other before it even comes to the negotiating team or the borough delegations or all of that lower part, when they in that room, because I had 2.5 million for the Black Male Initiative at CUNY. And then I finally got it baseline, so it's not a part of the negotiations, it's in the budget. And when we pass the budget, we pass that. That 3 million needs to be baseline by the mayor and the speaker. They need to get in there and baseline the 3 million, so it's not a part of a council initiative, but it's a part of the mayor's budget that he presents to the council, and we can just say yay or nay.
Thank you, Councilmember Barron. Absolutely. Very, very important clarification. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Lyric Thompson, followed by Patrick Boyle.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Council, for allowing us to testify. I should apologize. I think the last time I testified.
You've muted. One moment.
Okay. Hi. Can you hear me? All right. I need to apologize because the last time I testified, I had taken a Benadryl, so I think I was kind of loopy and just started going off on 421A fraud. But being that I brought up 421A and we're discussing waste and money, I'd like to discuss 421A because I have the unique perspective of being in a 421A building, as well as having to deal with enforcement and or lack of enforcement. I was very disappointed with Anne Marie Santiago and the fact that nobody thought enough to ask her why her inspectors are not enforcing the basic safety codes that are on our books right now for doors and egress. Just last Friday, I had to call DOB commissioner to get DOB involved due to our fire safety issues that HPD, basically, they just don't know the codes. They just don't. After 6 years of revolving violations, we've had hundreds of inspections, probably 40 violations on those doors. I mean, I can't help but think that we should have doors that are up to code. Now, with regards to affordable housing, the lack of oversight on these programs, we need affordable housing, but we also need systems that actually work. And just throwing money at developers that are not in compliance is not the answer. Rewarding bad players is not the answer. And what I find when I do 421A research is you'll have a developer that isn't screwing the pooch in just one building. He's doing them in all of his buildings, all of their buildings. So it's not just a couple $100,000. My former landlord was getting $500,000 in exemptions for almost a decade, and he didn't even finish our building. So, I mean, we really, if we're going to invest in affordable housing, let's actually invest in affordable housing and have some oversight so that that money is well spent rather than just pissing in the wind. Now, with regard to enforcement, HPD's interpretation of both the heating statute as well as egress doors are why
Ms.
those
Lyric,
people died in their
Ms.
home.
Lyric, if you can just take another 30 seconds.
Yes, I'll wrap it up. I think that we need to address that. How many people need to die in their hallways of smoke inhalation because HPD inspectors haven't bothered to be trained with regard to our standards? I think it's a question that bears answering. And it's a question that you need to answer. You need to ask them. I mean, I've asked them this question for 6 years and they just gaslight me and ignore me, which makes me have to go to DOB to get the violations I need to where maybe I'll get a repair and not die in my common area hallway. So when is the oversight hearing?
Being scheduled, there will be notice soon. Is that the conclusion of your testimony, Lyric?
I guess so. We only have 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for testifying. And yes, it is going to be noticed very soon. Thank you for testifying today. Audrey?
Yes, thank you. Now we'll hear from Patrick Boyle, followed by Athena Burnkoff and Oksana Miranova.
Starting time.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to Chair Sanchez and all the council members present at this hearing for the opportunity to deliver my testimony. My name is Patrick Boyle. I'm an assistant vice president with Volunteers of America of Greater New York. We're a social service provider. We run over 66 programs in the region. We're also an active nonprofit developer of supportive and affordable housing. I want to really echo what many of the former speakers have testified to today regarding staffing shortages and issues at HPD and a number of the other agencies, including MOX, DHS, and HRA. But certainly at HPD, we are active in the pipeline. We're trying to close projects. We're trying to deal with ongoing issues at various properties we already have. And it's been very, very difficult across a number of HPD's departments to get answers, to get approvals. We wait months and months for things that used to take weeks. So we know they're doing the best they can, but to know that they're facing these shortages and actually have not been exempted from some of these budget cuts that other entities have been exempted from, is really unthinkable in kind of with the housing crisis that we're facing right now. So we certainly echo that, and we see it every day in our properties and our projects. We also want to echo the funding levels that we need in the capital budget as put forth by the United for Housing campaign and as pledged to by Mayor Adams when he was candidate Adams. So, we know we have a development pipeline that's very, very constricted. We have a lot of great projects we would like to do. We just opened our East Clark senior residence up in the Bronx, beautiful new project for seniors. There's 122 units and we got 26,000 applications, many of them handwritten. That just goes to show you the kind of breadth of the problem we have. And there's many, many worthy projects and too little money to fund them all, and too many vacancies at the agencies to get them funded efficiently. So I'll direct you to my written testimony for more, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Athena Burnkoff, followed by Oksana Miranova.
Starting
Hi, good
time.
afternoon. I'll first want to say apologies for the construction sound in the background that may come through, and I hope I come through clear. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Athena Burnkoff. I'm the project director of the East Harlem and Barrio Community Land Trust, and we're a member of the New York City Community Land Initiative, which is one of the 19 partner organizations that are part of the citywide Community Land Trust Initiative that folks have been speaking about today. And we're asking for $3 million in City Council discretionary funding for FY23 to develop CLTs in all of the boroughs throughout the city. So I think it was you, Chair Sanchez, that asked what can the city do to confront our housing crisis if we don't get the federal funding. And I think the answer to this is we need to address the root causes of housing insecurity, right? And we need resources directed to stabilizing rent and housing costs long-term and preventing opportunities for the rampant speculation and exploitation that we've seen has defined the city's housing landscape, both historically and very much in the present. And so in addition to the policies that my colleague Deyanira mentioned, such as COPA and TOPA, and abolishing the tax lien sale, I'm going to focus here on CLTs, being a representative of East Harlem Barrio CLT. So East Harlem Barrio CLT's mission is to develop and preserve community-controlled, truly and permanently affordable housing, commercial, green, and cultural spaces in East Harlem and Barrio and beyond that prioritizes households of extremely low to low incomes. As a strategy to ensure permanent affordability, the East Harlem Barrio CLT will own land and lease it to buildings on that land, as well as develop a resident-controlled mutual housing association. In November of 2020, we closed on the first 4 properties to enter onto our CLT, including formerly city-owned residential buildings that will be owned by a newly formed East Harlem and Barrio Mutual Housing Association. In closing on this transfer, we've been able to begin on long-needed repairs with our with our nonprofit developer partners, Banana Kelly and Catch. And these are repairs that some residents have been waiting on for over a decade when they were displaced from their own homes more than 13 years ago because the conditions in the buildings were unlivable. So we've been able to establish and protect the long-term stability of the property and rents in the buildings through a 99-year ground lease between the Land Trust and the Mutual Housing Association. And all of the 38 residential units will be rented below market rate in a range from 35% to 100% AMI. And we're also doing trainings to support residents of the buildings to step onto the board of directors. And we're really proud of this accomplishment, but I really can't leave without saying that 100% AMI is unaffordable to a big chunk of East Harlem's population. And we will like to join in the work of City Council holding city agencies accountable to developing term sheets that meet our real housing development needs. So I know I'm over time, so I'll stop there and thank you for the time to testify.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Athena. As a former board member of the East Harlem CLT, I'm glad to see you on here. Appreciate it. Audrey?
Yes, thank you. We'll now hear from Oksana Miranova.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez and members of the committee. My name is Oksana Mironova, and I'm a housing policy analyst at the Community Service Society, and we have been closely tracking New York's housing landscape for decades. The pandemic exacerbated the pre-existing racial and class inequalities in our city. For example, we have found that in the past year, rents increased for 43% of poor tenants. We offer the following recommendations: an equitable and integrated housing plan. New York City should not undermine its own ability to manage housing programs by introducing further austerity into the agencies that implement them, like HPD, NYCC, and DOB. We call on HPD to create an integrated housing plan that brings together all the agencies involved in housing, building, and planning. And the city's future housing plan should also prioritize nonprofit developers and non-speculative housing models like community land trusts, because they preserve the value of public investment much more effectively than for-profits. Right to counsel. Trusted neighborhood-based groups are the key to getting information to tenants facing eviction, which is why the city should immediately implement Local Law 53. We also know that the court system is buckling under the crisis of eviction filings. Housing court should only move the cases for tenants with legal representation and adjourn all others. Rental assistance. The city should expand eligibility to city thefts and ramp up enforcement of housing code and source of income discrimination laws. Abolishing and replacing the tax lien sale. The city must end the harmful practice and replace it with an alternative tax collection system that stabilizes rental buildings facing tax foreclosure by turning them into social housing. The Community Opportunity to Purchase Act. The city should pass COPA when it is reintroduced, which gives nonprofit organizations and community land trusts a right of first refusal for the purchase of rental buildings. And finally, funding for community land trusts. We support the call for $3 million in City Council discretionary funding to develop CLTs that my colleague Athena just spoke about and that we have heard about extensively. So thank you so much, and happy to go into detail about anything that I just mentioned really, really briefly.
Thank you so much, Oksana.
Thank you. Chair, if you have any questions for this panel, you can ask them now. Otherwise, we'll move to the next group of four. Okay.
I do not have questions. Thank you. Thank you, Audrey.
Next, we'll take testimony from Cassandra Warney, Caitlin Andrews, Diane Prashad, and Paul Woody.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Sanchez and other members of this committee. My name is Cassandra Warney. I'm a senior program manager at the Corporation for Supportive Housing, CSH. Our mission is to advance solutions that use housing as a platform to deliver services and improve the lives of the most vulnerable people. We have a plan on how to expand supportive housing for all people who need it, who are held on Rikers Island. This is about reducing homelessness and helping people with behavioral health needs. And it's all part of a larger plan to de-incarcerate Rikers. This requires investment in capital, which is why I'm speaking to your committee today. Our analysis shows there are several thousand people on Rikers Island, approximately 2,500 in a given year, who are experiencing homelessness and struggle with ongoing behavioral health needs. When released, these community members struggle to find adequate support, and they cycle through crisis systems, shelter, jail, emergency rooms. And I'll mention this group of 2,500 people cost the city $1.4 billion every year to incarcerate. And this group needs an intervention of supportive housing, a combination of affordable housing with voluntary individualized services. Study after study shows this intervention works. It will take $108 million annually to provide ongoing housing and services for this group of people. So $1.4 billion versus $108 million. There's more information in the report that I submitted in the written testimony I provided, but I'll just highlight 3 essential budgetary elements to put on your radar. The first is to echo the United for Housing ask of $4 billion for housing capital. And this includes, of course, the $2.5 billion appropriation to HPD. It includes expanding the justice involved supportive housing, JISH, which will have to require increasing rates. No providers right now will apply for the RFP that's been out there since 2019. And the final is increasing the annual commitment to supportive housing. Right now, the city has agreed to bring 1,000 new units of supportive housing online each year. We're asking that they double that to 2,000 and dedicate 500 of the 1,000 new units to individuals who do not meet the homeless chronicity requirement. The vast majority of people at Rikers don't access New York 1515 because of the homeless chronicity requirement, and this recommendation solves that. So thank you so much for your time and looking forward to being in touch.
Thank you so much, Cassandra. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Caitlin Andrews, followed by Diane Prashad.
Starting time.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Caitlin Andrews. I'm the Director of Public Policy and External Affairs at Live On New York. Live On New York's members include more than 100 community-based nonprofits that provide core services which allow all New Yorkers to thrive in communities as we age. These include older adult centers, home-delivered meals, and of course, affordable senior housing. Today, unfortunately, more than half of older renters are rent burdened, as are a third of older homeowners. And roughly 2,000 older New Yorkers are living in homeless shelters, a number that is expected to triple by 2030 without significant intervention. Live On New York's own research has found that there are more than 200,000 older adults languishing on waiting lists for affordable housing through the HUD 202 program, a challenge mirrored by the thousands of applicants that come flooding in each and every time a new affordable senior housing lottery opens on Housing Connect. It's critical we address this crisis. In doing so, Live On New York is proud to support the recommendations of the United for Housing Coalition that have been mentioned here today, most specifically in calling for a $4 billion annual investment to fund a comprehensive affordable housing plan. We recommend that this investment include a minimum target of 1,000 units of affordable senior housing with services each year, as part of a total target to construct no fewer than 8,000 units of housing dedicated to serving extremely low and homeless households annually. This investment would build upon the clear success of the city's SARA program, which has created community assets such as Wisfish's Tres Puentes in the Bronx and Hannock's Corona Senior Residences in Queens. These buildings are clear examples of what is possible through housing, with Tres Puentes offering not only 175 more units of affordable senior housing, but providing space for an older adult center, a health center, and a pharmacy on site in the Bronx where it was so desperately needed. Just as Corona Residences offering 67 affordable senior units was just icing on the cake to the new pre-K on the ground floor and the fact that the building was built to passive housing standards, representing an environmentally friendly new development. Just to close, we also recommend that these SARA services are increased in the funding from $5,000 per unit to $7,500, so social workers can really support the tenants in those buildings. And we echo the recommendations for the HPD staffing budget to be addressed so that they can hire more staff to continue the success of the development programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Diane Prashad, followed by Paul Woody and James Dill.
Starting time.
Diane Prashad, we're unable to hear you at this time. Are you speaking?
Yes, hello.
Okay, great. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Did I start from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, committee members. Chair, my name is Diana Prashad. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the committee for today's hearing. I'll be discussing how systemic racism in our city agencies like Hpd, DSS, DOI has adversely impacted my wife and I as LGBTQ homeowners and taxpayers. In December 2021, the city, an online newspaper, published my ongoing nightmare with these agencies, as well as their clients. I will be attaching this article as an addendum to my testimony today. My wife and I have been having ongoing issues with HPD as contractees. I purchased a house through the First-Time Homeowners Program in 2007 from HPD. HPD has not honored their obligations to 200 or more homeowners who are mostly people of color that brought homes from their program. HPD has and continues to participate in illegal conversions of HPD homes. that are under strict primary residency clause that does not expire until 2032. Hpd since 2020 to present has allowed select homeowners to breach their contract without penalties. From March 15, 2020 to present, my wife and I have been dealing with numerous issues from their illegal placed DSS clients into a home procured from renting. I would like to bring my safety and quality of life issues that my household has been enduring. Today actually marks 3 years at the hands of these illegal placed DSS clients to the attention of this committee. My family and I are continuously being threatened and harassed by these illegal clients without Hpd or DSS intervention. We are being consistently debased on our sexuality and continue to experience homophobic slurs by the parents and children alike. Our quality of life has been adversely affected since the homeowners were only supposed to be occupied by 3 households, and this DSS family has about 9 to 10 people living in this house at one given time. They are now treating this home as though it's a boarding house, shelter, or a hotel. There's active drug. Let me finish this, please. There's active drug dealing on the premise. In fact, the father of this household is a known street drug dealer and has demonstrated their participation in illegal lifestyles in our community of working class people since day one, and nothing has been done by Hpd or DSS. They have made up tons of excuses why these people are still here, but now that the moratorium has been lifted, now they're coming up with another excuse called home-based to impede us from having our quality in life issues restored. The city just don't care about us, and they made this quite clear. And it's virtually because of our race, social standings, that we are the equivalent to these problematic DSS clients. Therefore, we must continue to be negatively affected by their clients and their desire to remain in illegal housing. This is the 3rd year of our ongoing plight, devoid of intervention from DSS and Hpd, and we would like something done about this. We should not have to live and endure the problems that these agencies has allowed for 3 years and counting. They are not acting like civil service employees. They are acting like white-collar thugs who have a vendetta against 2 black women who are speaking out against mismanagement, corruption, fraud, retaliation, discrimination, and they're not being held accountable for their actions. They have caused severe mental and emotional distress on us, and we are asking that y'all look into this, please, and put better legislation in place to combat the root of the problems within these agencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Prashad. If it's okay with you, I'll have our staff follow up for your contact information and all the information in the background about this situation. But I just want to state, for the record and here with you that we as a council stand against any and all forms of discrimination, and we're here to make sure that the agencies are respecting all New Yorkers and especially those of us who have not been represented and have been marginalized for too long. So I want to thank you for your testimony, and if it's all right with you, we want to follow up and get your contact information and get back in touch with you just so that I can understand the situation and help as we can through the council.
That'd be fine. And if you need to reach out to me, I can, when I submit my testimony, and I think my information will be there. Or you can also reach out to my council member, Ms. Powers Brooks.
Perfect. Okay, I will circle up with Councilmember Brooks Powers. Great, Audrey.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Paul Woody, followed by James Dill and Bariko Williams.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, council members, and staff. My name is Paul Woody. I am a vice president at Project Renewal, a New York City homeless services nonprofit that provides shelter, housing, healthcare, and employment services to thousands of New Yorkers experiencing homelessness each year. We are grateful for the City Council's support of our programs. In January, with funding from Hpd and HTC, we opened our newest supportive and affordable housing development, Bedford Greenhouse, in the Bronx in District 14, represented by Chair Sanchez. The building has 118 apartments, home to individuals and families leaving shelter, as well as low-income tenants from the community. In addition to health and social services, the development features a rooftop greenhouse and a green facade. Soon we'll break ground on the second phase of Bedford Greenhouse with 116 additional apartments, a community medical clinic, and a library and learning center. We're really excited to bring these resources to the community, and I invite you all to visit. We appreciate the city and state's efforts over the past few years to address the homelessness crisis, and it's clear that we need to do more. We have three main suggestions at this hearing. One, we must create supportive housing on a scale and at a pace that relieves the unending need for more shelter. Unfortunately, funding for housing in the preliminary budget falls far short of what's needed and should be increased significantly. Two, another concern with the preliminary budget is the significant reduction in Hpd staffing, as mentioned by a few other people. We feel the impact, especially in Hpd's legal department, and it's been hard for us to get any clarity on timeline for a variety of projects moving forward. Finally, we asked the city to creatively survey its portfolio of land and buildings to identify developable sites for supportive housing. Public sites bring down costs significantly. This is the case at our New Providence shelter. It's owned by the city, but Hpd is working to transfer it to project renewal to redevelop as a facility with both purpose-built shelter and supportive housing, maximizing its buildable FAR while keeping costs down. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Chair Sanchez and the entire City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Mr. Woody, and good to see you in virtual form.
Thank you.
Audrey?
Yes, we'll now hear from James Dill, followed by Bariko Williams and Rebecca Sauer.
I'm Jim Dill, Executive Director of Housing and Services, Inc. We provide about supportive housing services to about 720 New York City households. We support all of the advocacy points that Supportive Housing Network, Rebecca, will present. But at this meeting, I would like to focus on the imminent and dire need to build HRA capacity for the referral process to permanent supportive housing projects. Due to lack of HRA capacity, our projects that rely upon contracted HRA shelter referrals now have vacancy rates in excess of 10%. I have neither the time or the words to describe the human cost to homeless individuals whose shelter stays are being needlessly prolonged by the lack of capacity. I can speak to the financial costs to both the providers and cities. Our Kenmore project on East 23rd Street has 325 housing units and an annual residential rent of around $4 million. During the pandemic, it has taken an average of 72 days from referral request to tenant move-in. At 72 days for a move-in, tenants are leaving at a much faster rate than they're moving in. For calendar 2021, Kenmore's vacancy rate was 6%. For February 2022, it was 11%. With no solution to the capacity problems, Kenmore's 2022 vacancy loss could approximate $500,000. This is the biggest financial threat to our project, vacancy. It's documented, well documented, that the city's cost for a homeless person in a shelter approximates $30,000. These costs are needless and must be cured by immediate investment in HRA capacity to stop the suffering of homeless individuals languishing in the shelter while thousands of permanent supportive housing units remain vacant. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we will submit written testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dill. Appreciate it.
We will now take testimony from Bariko Williams, followed by Rebecca Sauer and Farhana Hussein.
Starting time.
Hello, my name is Bariko Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development, or ANHD. Good to see you, Chair Sanchez and Councilmember Barron. Congratulations. I want to start, I'm going to skip some of the things that other people have talked about. First, I want to say ANHD really calls on the City Council to ensure the renewal of Community Housing Preservation Strategies Initiative at $4.36 million. This would allow us to work in all 51 council districts, which we currently don't do. I think it's really important to underline that the frontline staff who have been fighting evictions, who have been working with marginalized tenants, who have been getting folks signed up for direct assistance, has really been in the hands of community organizations and community groups. And without support, they continue to struggle doing that work. We continue to not be able to reach all the folks that we know desperately need help. So we really need our CBOs to have direct access to the type of support and resources they need to be able to help their communities. This also helps us support ANHD's Displacement Alert Project, which was what enabled us to keep track of evictions and know where our risks were during COVID when it comes to housing threats. ANHD adamantly rejects the 3% austerity cuts to HPD, DHS, and DSS. I know you've heard about this from Michelle Deluz with VAC, Rachel Fee, among others. I cannot underline enough. Efficiency means getting and keeping as many people in safe, affordable housing units as possible, as quickly as possible. Everybody deserves a right to a roof, and it is not an efficient option to allow people to either not be housed or get kicked out of their homes, and for us as a society to pay for it later. This also includes ANHD joining in the call with United for Housing Coalition, demanding HPD's capital budget be increased to $2.5 billion. To grow the production of affordable and supportive housing, especially at deep affordability levels at this time, and to create a fund specifically dedicated to stabilizing and preserving existing nonprofit-owned housing. We ask that you all dedicate $2.5 billion towards public housing stock capital needs. Obviously, NYCHA is a treasure that we absolutely have to preserve and protect. And lastly, ANHD emphatically supports the Right to Counsel Coalition's demand for New York City to implement and fully implement Local Law 51, one of our best strategies to keeping people in their homes and preventing homelessness is to keep people in their homes and give them access to counsel as they are going through these challenges. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Barika, and great to see you.
Thank you. We will now hear from Rebecca Sauer, followed by Farhana Hussein and Michael Grinthal.
Starting time.
Hello, Chair Sanchez and committee members. My name is Rebecca Sauer. I'm the Director of Policy and Planning at the Supportive Housing Network of New York. We represent 100 nonprofits operating supportive housing in New York City, housing more than 35,000 formerly homeless people and providing wraparound support services. My written testimony provides greater detail, but I'll highlight today what we're asking the Council to include in its budget response. First, invest $4 billion in housing. My colleagues have already spoken to this. We're members of the United for Housing campaign, so we strongly support this ask. Second, improve the NYC 1515 initiative. This is the city's existing plan to create 15,000 units of supportive housing in 15 years, and we're in the 6th year. In order to ensure the program is successful, the city must reallocate the congregate and scattered site targets to 750 and 250 units per year, respectively. Currently, scattered site is well below its target of 500 units per year, mostly because the program is underfunded and the market is so tight, while congregate is exceeding the 500 mark. Third, preserve 300 supportive housing units per year. Of the 420 supportive housing residences in the city, 38% were opened before the year 2000, and most were just moderate rehabs of much older buildings. Our community needs dedicated HPD capital, services, and operating funding to preserve 300 supportive housing units per year, meeting new sustainability mandates, preserving integrated neighborhoods, and keeping people safe from COVID and other infectious diseases. Staffing and efficiencies. HPD staff vacancies, you've heard about this from so many of my other colleagues and also from Jim Dill about the HRA and DSS staff vacancies. These are slowing the supportive housing pipeline. The city must invest in staffing to push the pipeline forward while also exploring efficiencies that cut down the development and review timeline. We believe that the city should create an ombudsperson at City Hall to conduct interagency coordination, fast-tracking all necessary approvals for affordable and supportive housing. One final point. I just want to speak to public sites, and thanks to my colleague Paul Woody for bringing this up. The city should be required to survey its entire land portfolio for supportive housing development. As of now, only HPD, DHS, and health and hospitals have done this. Public sites bring down total development costs, which allows HPD capital to be used much more efficiently. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Rebecca, and thank you so much to Shini for the incredible work that you do.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Farhana Hussein, followed by Michael Grinthal and Craig Gurian.
Starting time.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and council members. I'm speaking here today on behalf of India Home, a nonprofit founded by healthcare professionals dedicated to serving South Asian and Indo-Caribbean seniors in New York. Our mission is to improve the quality of life for older adults in New York City by providing quality care in a culturally appropriate environment. Currently, we serve more than 500 seniors across Queens with our home delivered meals, senior center programs, case management, mental health, and educational and creative aging activities. Accessing affordable housing and home ownership have been longstanding issues for immigrant communities in New York City, particularly among immigrant seniors. In a needs-based assessment report we released in 2019, we learned that 65% of our seniors did not own a home and lived in overcrowded housing with their adult children, which limited their independence and made them feel they were burdens on their families. Paying for rent and mortgage are also housing challenges that continue to pose major hardships for our seniors. At India Home, we recognize these housing challenges and have helped our seniors secure and navigate housing options that are tailored to their needs as part of our case management department since 2016. 100% of the seniors India Home serves are foreign-born, and nearly 80% of them have limited English proficiency, which limits their understanding of what housing options are available and right for them. The need for in-language and culturally competent housing assistance services has grown overwhelmingly since the onset of the pandemic, which has prompted us to seek expanding our housing assistance services as a robust program of its own. Funding will allow us to onboard and train staff to assist seniors with services such as tenant advocacy, housing subsidies and referrals, housing benefits counseling, and completing affordable housing application forms. In order to combat rising housing insecurity, prolonged social isolation, and related challenges that our immigrant seniors are experiencing, we are also embarking on a project to develop affordable housing, for which we submitted an HPD repurpose application. This housing project will provide accessible housing with culturally competent supportive services and play an important part in bringing much needed housing equity to underserved populations in Queens. And I want to close off by saying, I just ask that the committee support our innovative senior housing project and increase the allocation of funds to support trusted CBLs like India Home with delivering the in-language and holistic housing assistance that our seniors need. Thank you so much for your time and cooperation.
Great. Thank you so much, Farhana.
We'll now hear from Michael Grinthal, followed by Craig Gurian and Valerio Orselli.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson Sanchez, members of the committee. My name is Michael Grinthal. I'm the Director of Housing at Take Root Justice. You heard from my colleague Visnya Vujika earlier about our work with the Community Land Trust. I'm going to talk about our work working with tenants citywide who are fighting against eviction and for better living conditions and for affordable rents. Specifically, I'm going to talk about 3 items in particular that are in consideration in this preliminary budget, without which our work would not be possible. And that includes the Anti-Harassment Tenant Protection Program and the Community Housing Preservation Strategies, which are 2 streams of funding that pay for legal services for tenants who are facing landlord harassment and neglect. And Stabilizing NYC, which is a coalition of grassroots groups that combines tenant organizing with legal services to keep tenants in their homes. Now, what makes these funding streams so critical and irreplaceable for our work is that unlike universal access to counsel, unlike right to counsel, they cover all kinds of legal services for tenants. So that includes affirmative litigation for repairs against harassment, work to train tenants on their rights. So they are a complement to universal access to counsel, which funds only in-court eviction defense. We thank the council for your support of our work with tenants over the years, and we urge you to redouble your commitment to these critical funding sources in FY23, and also to fully fund Local Law 53, which was passed by the council last year as a companion to the right to counsel, to further fund community organizations to educate and train tenants on their rights. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Michael.
We will now hear from Craig Gurian, followed by Valerio Orselli and Pilar de Jesus.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, committee members and staff. My name is Craig Gurry. I'm the Executive Director of the Anti-Discrimination Center. It's only beginning to be understood that our city must be reimagined in fundamental ways. Decades of managing homelessness must give way to an actual commitment to end homelessness and the provision of the resources to do so. Decades of housing segregation backed by the rhetoric, it's our community, a not so subtle reference to the idea that it's not your community, must be replaced with a commitment that all of our neighborhoods belong to all of us. And decades of secrecy and unaccountability in the co-op industry must be replaced with strong disclosure requirements when New Yorkers are rejected by co-op boards. Nowhere is it more fundamental for there to be a reimagining than a DOB and Hpd. I'm not saying that incremental improvements are not welcome, but I am saying that incremental improvement isn't nearly enough. Imagine for a moment if non-compliance with building code and maintenance code requirements were thought of as essential parts of law enforcement. You know that the workings of the departments would change radically. There'd be far more proactive investigation. There'd be the deployment of modern technology to monitor, for example, the provision of heat in every covered building in real time. There'd be far steeper penalties, and of course, there'd be far more staff to carry out the mission. The requirements of the housing maintenance code would be re-examined and strengthened, and basic aspects of interagency cooperation, like having DOB, whenever it conducts an inspection, assess lack of accessibility in common areas for people with mobility impairments and report those to the Human Rights Commission, would be required by legislation. Two quick last points. First, in answer to the chair's question, from a fiscal responsibility point of view, now is absolutely the time to invest heavily in housing. And second, you may have heard or come to hear about the so-called diversity index as a measure of segregation. It is deeply flawed and works to cover up elements of the extreme segregation that exists in the city. I look forward to working with the committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll look forward to your methodological improvements to the diversity index. We'd love to hear about that more.
Next, we'll hear from Valerio Orselli, followed by Pilar de Jesus.
Starting time.
Okay. Good afternoon, Committee Chair, Ms. Sanchez, and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Valerio Orselli, and I am the Project Director at This Land Is Ours CLT. This Land Is Ours CLT is the newest member of the CLT movement in New York City. I'm also a founding member of Cooper Square CLT and Cooper Square Mutual Housing Association. This Land Is Ours seeks to acquire underutilized buildings, troubled HDFCs, or privately owned and publicly owned land, decommissioned religious properties to prevent displacement and preserve communities. This Land Is Ours CLT and 19-member partner organizations are part of a citywide community land trust initiative that seeks $3 billion in city council funding to help develop CLTs and help to preserve permanent affordable housing. I had a paragraph in my speech about the housing crisis and the unaffordability of the housing, but I think you heard enough testimony on that. So I would just add the following: that community land trusts are uniquely designed to stabilize housing in New York City by doing two things: clustering otherwise economically unviable property into a single corporation, therefore allowing this cluster to share income, expenses, and a common reserve fund to help ensure long-term affordability. And secondly, by stewarding each property towards permanent affordable use. Other speakers had mentioned about city housing programs, which is supposed to be affordable housing, but there's no real guarantee of that because there's no monitoring to make sure that they follow the rules. The stewardship role of CLT is enforced by a ground lease. The CLT has members of its board on the HDFC boards to make sure they comply with the fiduciary responsibilities and keep the housing affordable in perpetuity. Although recently established,
Time expired.
Oh, okay. Well, though recently established, This Land Is Ours has so far succeed in persuading the board of the Barrett Mission to rescind plans to sell their transitional housing facility on 3rd Street for a luxury condo. And we're in the process starting community planning process with the New York Archdiocese to ensure that 100% of the housing at the St. Emmerich's Church will be for low-income people. And we plan to continue working on those projects in the year ahead. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valerio.
Thank you. We will now hear from Pilar de Jesus.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time. A very long time, and it's a long day for everyone. Thank you. My name is Pilar de Jesus. I wear a lot of different hats in this state, but I also wear the hat of being the Senior Advocacy Coordinator at Take Root Justice. And I'm here to support my colleagues and what they mentioned, but I'm also here as a Latina from East Harlem, who is an advocacy coordinator, but also someone who has experience and does experience a lot of the issues that we are addressing here and all the other intersections, and speaking, to what my tenants and my clients, and then again, just my neighbors go through. So again, supporting, my colleagues and others here for the Community Land Trust. I do agree that it should be a B, not it should be 300 billion. And I think not only for housing, I think as you may have heard in the news, we have a new industry coming in, this cannabis industry. And I think that that's also a way for the community, for people who have been dealing with the harms of the war on drugs and the war of being Black and brown in this country and in this state, to give back and to allow the people in the community to have ownership, because as we know, a lot of corporations will come in. So I think that there will be some money, and you guys should give this money to CLTs because it's needed, and it should be led by the people, mostly by the people of the community, the ones that have most harm. I do, again, funding for housing is a need in many ways. The ERAP program was mentioned, but you forget for Mitchell Lama tenants, they were not eligible for that program. Yes, there was the homeowners program that was delayed, and that still that much money hasn't really been issued. And tenants, shareholders are going to court, and unlike other tenants, they're required to pay legal fees. So if they don't receive that money, they're still going to be getting hit with legal fees. So again, there's a big housing crisis that I won't get to talk to here, but I think that there are avenues for us to get, and on these couple of points, I also, big thing in a lot of our cases is accountability of Hpd. I heard about lack of staffing. I have clients that have been poisoned by carbon monoxide. We're not working with the tenants, but I am, giving, brief advice to the tenants who are in the fire. And there are a lot of things that are happening that, the agency is at fault. And I think it was mentioned here by one of the organizers of GYO, and shout out to the organizers who are on the ground, GYO, South Bronx Mutual and many others who are doing that work. And I think it was also mentioned, they need, there's a need to support. And again, the agency's help is a big responsibility. I have tenants who in the current situation are calling 311 about violations. Violations are not being placed, but we know the condition exists. Violations are not being placed, and then you bring them to court, and then the landlord's attorney is like, no, but where's the violation? And it just becomes a back and forth sick game. And it's really, in my opinion, it's mentally exhausting. It's like a mental abuse. And it's like, it's organized abandonment to the people of this city and state. And again, I think I had one other point, but again, I think that, again, everything that was mentioned here, I stand by. And I think we really need to think about the humans. And when it comes to housing specifically, this shouldn't be treated as a business. As we know, you cannot, and speaking as a person who's been illegally evicted and been homeless while doing this work, I was actually in court telling a tenant about their rights and getting a call that I was being evicted. And, I think it's important to recognize that we need to stop evictions. It's really mentally, that's why you see people are very unstable these days. It's something we got to really, really take, really take it really seriously now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Pilar. Really, really appreciate that testimony. And of course, when you've been through it and you work on the issue, it just has a whole nother level of significance. So I want to just appreciate you and the work that you do.
Thank you. This concludes the public portion of today's Housing and Buildings hearing. If there are any other members of the public who registered to testify that we have not yet heard from, please use the Zoom raise hand function now, and we will hear from you.
Councilmember Barron.
Just to Sister De Jesus, oh my God, you're just incredible. I know people who are personally affected by things, they can't help nobody else because they just have to deal with what's happening to them personally. But I'm just so amazed, by your commitment, your passion, and your work. I haven't met you before, but I'm just amazed that you stick to that kind of commitment, even though you were personally going through things. Because I find too many people, their personal stuff comes first, and too many people are talking about the homelessness and all this because they're getting paid, because a lot of not-for-profits have these people on salary, and the executive directors make money, and then the staff people for these, mainly a lot of the white not-for-profits, they hire staff people to work with us in our communities, but yet you have to volunteer for being on a board, or others have to volunteer for stuff, and they get paid staff people. But for a person like you who is so authentically and genuinely committed to our people, I just wanted to highly commend you, and I was very moved by your testimony.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, because it isn't easy, and it isn't easy for a lot of the organizers that you see doing the work as well. Because a lot of those organizers are doing it because we're affected by it and we're passionate, we want it to end. For me, I do it, maybe it's because I'm in Aries as well, I don't know. But, I'm a very fiery sign. In my community, they call me Pilar la Problema, but I added con la solución. So translation is Pilar the problem, but I've added with the solution, because I recognize that, yes, there are many problems, especially for us people of color, but there are also solutions. And, sometimes I feel like you guys don't hear us at our solutions, but, I working together, but we do right now, I think, especially with such great new leadership, and young and different, different energy, different mindsets, different experiences. I think that that's a beneficial, and that, I also, not to give props, but give props to my organization for, yes, the support, because I haven't even give you my story. They can tell you what I've been through and how supportive. As an organization, not only do we support the communities in the ways that we do, but we support each other in-house. And I think that that's also important. And when we're talking about, even when we're creating CLTs, right, how our mission and values align with the work that we're doing. And so thank you. And yeah, quiet there. I know you guys want to get out of here.
All good, all good. No, thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you, Councilmember Barron. So with that, seeing no more public testimony, and Councilmember Barron, thank you for sticking with me to the bitter end. I just want to thank everybody for participating. I think we heard a resounding, we need a real commitment to affordable housing from this administration. We also need a real commitment to protecting the housing that we have now and the equity that we have built, and to expanding that equity to build wealth in our communities. So thank you all for driving that message with us today. Thank you for sharing your stories, and look forward to the next conversation. But I just want to thank everybody. Take care.
Take care. Thank you, Chair.
So hosting duties were transferred to me. I'm not sure if there's something that I need to do to close out the hearing.
Nope, you could just end it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.